Hello, I'm Dynast Amir.
So I reached out to another friend of mine. I said, look, I need to go on vacation somewhere. Where should I go? He said, go to Africa. And not only am I gonna go, I'm going to explore a new country. So I went to Tanzania, South Africa, Namibia, Mali, Senegal, Morocco, Liberia, Namibia, Kenya, the Voodoo Festival in Youre, Gambia, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria. It's been a beautiful experience, just learning more about our culture, our indigenous culture. So Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. I'm in search of my roots. In finding that, I would experience my Uhuru, which is freedom.
Till next time, Dynast Amir, I'm out.
I was muted. I'm sorry. I hope all is well. I hope your Friday, wherever you're at, hope is going well, guys. Do me a favor, hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. It really means a lot. Guys, you should hear me now. Do you hear me? You guys hear me now? I had accidentally hit the mute button. I'm good now. Okay, I was muted. Again, hit the like button. Make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Family will greatly appreciate the supports. And as we always do, yeah, sometimes I forget, but I try my hardest to just at the beginning, before we get started and get into the announcements and the actual topic, to thank you all, everyone, for supporting. If you've been on a tour, if you bought a book, if you bought the documentary, let's see here. If you've super chatted, if you're watching right now, I greatly appreciate the support. It really means a lot. And we're going to keep this thing going and we're going to keep growing. Like I said before in the past, I ain't going nowhere. Okay. I am not going anywhere. I will always be here. I'm not going anywhere. Y'all stuck with me. Okay. You guys are stuck with me. So hit the like button, make sure you share, make sure you subscribe. If you have not bought the documentary yet, again, if you have not bought the documentary yet, please go to searchforuhuru.com. Again, please go to searchforuhuru.com and buy the documentary. I would greatly appreciate it. If you have not, I need you to go and buy the documentary. It is the best, the number one documentary of 2022 and 23 and onwards. And when it comes to engaging with Africa and a documentary based on Africa, this by far is the best documentary. So make sure you go and buy the documentary. Also, tours. We are rolling to Sierra Leone in April. We're rolling to Sierra Leone in April, and we are going to roll to Senegal in May, Nigeria in August. Greetings from Tobago. Shout out to you. Greetings from Brooklyn. Brooklyn's in the house. Shout out to you. let's see here. We are going to Senegal in May, Sierra Leone in April, Nigeria in August, and Zanzibar in November. All right. So if you're interested in joining us on one of our tours, make sure you visit Danfo, DANFO .Africa, DANFO .Africa. Again, please go visit Danfo .Africa to learn more. Again, to learn more. We'll love to have you. Come and join us. Come and have a good time. Come enjoy the continent of Africa. Again, come and enjoy the continent of Africa. We would love to have you go to Danfo.Africa. All right, with that being said, guys, we're going to jump into today's topic in about 20 minutes. And I really wanted to play the video, but from my understanding, and I could be wrong, but from my understanding, you know, when you use certain YouTubers' content, like my content, if you guys ever wanted to do a response, again, if you want to do a response, you know, you have a video of mine that I have on YouTube. If you want to do a response to it and give your critique or your thoughts, you are more than welcome to. You are more than welcome to. But some YouTubers can be petty and they don't want you using their content at all, even if you're giving a response, and especially if the response is in disagreement to them. So I watched, it was a show by Tone Talks, you know, and it was titled "Why Seeing Us Through the Lens of Africa Does Not Make Sense for Black Folks in 2023 in America." And, you know, I listened to what he had to say. And of course, you know, and I tell people this from my personal experience. If Africa was that bad, okay, if Africa was that bad, if Africans were that bad, all right, my first trip in 2011 would have been my last. Again, my first trip in 2011 would have been my last. All right. Have I had my issues? Absolutely. I've had my issues. I've had my adversity, but I've had more wins. All right. I've had more wins than I've had L's. Okay. I have built lifelong relationships on the continent. More lifelong relationships on the continent that I've made enemies. In fact, I don't have any enemies that I don't know of. Like, I don't know if I have. There might be some people that don't like me, but I don't know it. Again, I have built lifelong relationships on the continent, and I have more friends and family on the continent than I do enemies. Okay. Have you lived in Africa consistently? Touring is one thing, living is another. I'm a citizen of two countries, so in Africa. So I mean, you know, it's whatever. You know, I'm a citizen. And again, I understand that people have their challenges when living in a new place. Hell, you see this. See, here's the problem with the argument. Have you lived in Africa consistently? Touring is one thing, living is another. All right, you're going to experience culture shock from moving to another place, wherever you're at. All right, moving from one place to another, you're going to experience culture shock. And we'll use the United States of America as for an example. I left Sacramento, moved to Georgia, went to the University of Georgia, go Dogs, national champions, alma mater here, not just a fan. That's my alma mater. I mean, alumni here, sorry. Again, I was born and raised Sacramento, California, left Sacramento to go to UGA, University of Georgia. Left UGA, went to LA. I'm sorry, moved to Atlanta. So went to Athens, Georgia, left Athens, moved, relocated to Atlanta, left Atlanta, and then moved to LA. I had more problems in LA, just like little shit. parking tickets, just the rules there. It was harder for me to integrate into LA, a city in America, than anywhere else. Again, it was harder for me to integrate in LA than anywhere else. You have people. In fact, I was watching the news today. The number of Black people, because that's why when you give the, I know where it's coming from. The have you lived in Africa consistently? Touring is one thing, living is another. The number of Black people who are moving from the West Coast in general and completely leaving is at an all-time high. So you can say that about any place, because I know where you're going with, you don't live there and you go back and forth. I'm a citizen. I got citizenship in 3 countries. I can move around like I want to. I have homes there. I have homes here. So I can go back and forth as I please, because I'm a citizen of 2 countries on the continent. I have homes there. So let's get into the topic. Let's really dive in. The question I have for American descendants of slavery, or for foundational Black Americans, you don't want to be seen in the eyes, or you don't want to be seen through the lens of Africa, but you want to be seen through the lens of America. But America, through laws that have been on the record books, that told you that you were 3/5 human or 1/4 human, whatever it is. Jim Crow, Reconstruction, slavery. Was it the school, the prison pipeline, the racial wealth gap? So America, this is your guys' argument, all right, which is true. This is your guys' argument. You want nothing to do with Africa, but you want to be foundational and American descendants of slavery. So you want to be your roots and your culture, or your bones are buried here in America. But America has told you, like, listen, we don't see you guys as American, but you want to fight to be American, but you want nothing to do with Africa, or you don't want to be seen through the lens of Africa. But we've been complaining for the past 400 years why we don't have the same rights, or why we aren't considered fully as American. So what do you want to be seen through the lens of? You don't want to be seen through the lens of Africa, but at the same time, America does not see you as American. And I just gave examples of how. All I'm saying is, if you have smoke for one, have smoke for the other. If you have smoke for Africa and African immigrants, I don't understand why you don't have that same smoke for America. Now, if you were saying F both, we want a nation of our own, then that's one thing. But saying you don't like one, but you want to integrate into a place that has showed you time and time again how they feel about you, just doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying. You also have the fight to be a citizenship of Africa. Sierra Leone requires DNA linked to them. But what about all the other countries? So my answer to that, the energy you guys are putting in, the energy that you guys are putting in here in America, how about you get a lobby together and go to these different African embassies and demand dual citizenship? Again, if you guys truly wanted citizenship in African countries, the amount of energy you guys are putting in, we want to be American and our bones are buried here. Put that same energy into getting dual citizenship. That's all I'm saying. Listen, I love. Here's my Sierra Leone passport right here. Mwah, 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 mwah. Love. Ooh, love my Sierra Leone passport. Love it. Love it. This represents options. I have a home. I'll never be a refugee. I'll always have another place to go to. Look at that. 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 That's all I'm saying. You know what? You could do a response right now. For Black ain't playing. Apparently, we don't want citizenship. We will be doing a response to your silliness. Hey, links in the chat room. Go in and call in. Link is in the chat room. Go ahead and call in and tell me how I'm being silly. You don't want citizenship in Africa, but you wanted to militantly integrate into America. No, and listen, if that's what you want, no problem. But to me, it just doesn't make any sense. How you have this much smoke for Africa and immigrants, but you don't have this same smoke for America. Instead, you want to militantly integrate into the same America that has told you time and time again that you will never be seen as American. Go ahead.
Yeah, what up?
What up?
Apparently, if we do not want citizenship in Africa, you keep pushing this idea that we should, and we don't care what you believe in. You're not our God. You're not our leader. Whatever you decide to do, that's on you.
I don't want to be your God or your leader. I don't want to.
Okay, and you are not moving to Africa for good. Okay, you're a tourist guide who makes a lot of money. You make a lot of connections, but you're not moving for good. So all this malarkey talk that you're doing,
I'm smart.
You're just talking. You're just yapping. You're yapping. You're a yapper.
Listen, we are in a global society, and I'm making moves all over this planet focused on Africa. That's what you're
okay. And so whatever you carve out for you to do, that's up to you. But you to tell me what I should feel like because you do, I don't give a flying fuck how you feel, Dynast.
You ain't got to do nothing. You ain't
got then stop complaining about what we say. Well, because obviously we do not feel the same way you feel. And we have every prerogative to feel the way we want.
Listen.
Who are you to try to instruct us on what?
Listen. It's
you're letting the prince title get in your head, dude. You need to humble yourself and understand millions of us are going to still be this way, irregardless of how the fuck you talk.
And listen, more power to you. More power to you. More power to you.
So why can't you just respect our choices? Okay, people choose to go and do whatever they want to do. No one is harping over Africans coming to America trying to be American, but then you want to turn around and tell us we should be ashamed to be an American. Have you bumped your head, Dynast?
I just ain't gotta be ashamed. It's just I don't understand.
I don't care what white people think about me. That's the problem. You think we should be caring about what other people think about us?
I do
care. I don't care about what you think about me, what a white person thinks about me, what an African person thinks about me. I care about what I think about me. That's what you don't get. I care about what I think about me. That's where we should be at, right? You think that you should be able to dictate to us because of how you look. You look halfway decent, I'll give that, but you're still stupid and slow.
Mike, listen, you can do all the ad hominems. That's fine.
No, I'm not doing ad. I'm telling you the truth to your goddamn face is what I'm doing.
You call me all the names you want to, no problem.
You're silly.
You do care.
You act like a silly woman in the Bible, dude. You act like a silly woman that's taking instructions from somebody. You don't understand that we're being squeezed out and others are being included into the scope because of people like you that's willing to sell us out and make us confused about our identity. People like you is trying to tell us to become immigrants. That's what you're doing.
How am I selling you
Pan-Africanism is about trying to tell us we're immigrants in our own place that we built. And we should not tolerate this type of bullshit that you're doing.
You don't control any of it. Why would you brag about building a country?
When are you going to Africa for good, Dynast? This is so wonderful. Exactly. You don't want to go, and we also don't want to go. We're in the same boat together. You ain't never going for good, and we're not either. When are you going to get that part, though?
I could go back and forth as much.
Yeah, because you're getting paid, though, right?
I was going way.
It's your job, though, right?
No, but listen.
If you weren't making money, you wouldn't be going back and forth. So stop lying.
You're wrong, because I was.
No, you would not be going if you weren't making money. Come on, stop it.
Hold on, let me finish. I was going to Africa way before I decided to create a business around what I love to do. I was going to Africa back and forth way before the tour company, way before everything I do on the continent. I was going back and forth way before that.
Okay, that's beautiful. But now that you made a name for yourself, you designate yourself as a prince of who? I don't know.
I didn't designate myself that.
Or whoever. I don't know who they thought you were a prince over. Who are you, prince of the cornballs? Are you the prince over the cornballs who don't think too well? Is that what you're the prince over?
You're cute.
And by the way, when you had Lou Major on your channel, I called him out. Why didn't you call him out when you learned he scammed? You just brushed it underneath the rug and pretended like it was all well in the hood. So are you saying that you're going to keep bringing people on your channel to scam us still and not correct what you did first and apologize? You had the nerve not even to apologize for that bullshit.
What bullshit? Who did I scam?
Lou Major on your channel scamming motherfuckers. That's what.
Lou Major never came on my platform offering any investments.
He came on telling people that he had plans and lands and other ideas on your platform, along with that Tia lady, whatever her name was, that Nigerian woman, realty guy woman.
Well, Mike, when did Lou Major, okay, and I know what happened. When did Lou Major?
Why did you know what happened, but you didn't say a word about it, though?
Can I finish? All right, let me talk. It's my show. I'm gonna ask a question, and if you could point it out. When did Lou Major ever come onto my show and say, "Hey, I have an investment. Come and invest with me"?
He started out saying he had plans on your show, which got people to contact him behind the scenes. He utilized your platform to be seen and heard and ran off into the sunset with $500,000 off of the brow of your platform. And instead of you saying, I'm not tolerating people coming to be a predator to my people, this is unacceptable, and call them out and all that, you had no words. You ran away like a little coward, and that's why I lost a lot of respect for you, because you should have did right by us to say that I don't condone what this man did, and we're gonna try to not have these type of people on the platform anymore. You didn't say it. You put a post in a comment.
Okay, but I said it.
Somehow you severed ties. You didn't say why you severed ties. You didn't say that scamming us was bad to do. You just, I severed ties from this guy. That's it. I don't want to talk about him no more. Isn't that a coward? Isn't that a coward move?
I severed ties from him.
These black men like you don't want to have accountability for a goddamn thing. All you think about is your ding-a-ling, and you think about the hustle of us. Still, like a Tyreek Nasheed, all you motherfuckers do it. Umar Johnson, all you motherfuckers are selling us out. And I can't stand y'all. So you're the prince of the cornballs, okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love you too, sister. I love you.
No, you don't. No, you don't. And I'm still going to do a response to this. Don't
you're
care.
More than welcome to. You're more than welcome.
Yeah, I will, for sure. Bye.
Black Lion, go ahead.
Hey, brother. I'm done with you, bro. I'm done with you. Well, thank you for having me on the show. And one thing, Dynast, one thing a lot of us have accepted.
Listen, but Black Lion, if you really look at the demographic of people who are following like Tariq, Tone, and Yvette, is intellectual midgets like this lady that just called in. They're not going to get nothing done.
the sad part is,
like, I'm just saying, guys, if you really just listen to the people who follow, and I have respect for Yvette. Yvette is intelligent. I don't agree with everything she says. Same thing with Tone. Like, I don't agree with everything they said, with everything they say, but the people who follow them are mental midgets. Mental midgets.
The one, let me add to that. The one thing the black
people, like mental midgets, uncultured, ignorant as hell. That's what they are. And every time they come on the show, you just let them talk. You just let them talk. And they're just they're so boastful and emotional about it. It's like you are a loud, emotional, uncultured midget, mental midget. And that's who follows these people. And that's who makes them look bad. But go ahead.
No. You're absolutely right. You are on that scale. The two things the average African American community in America is lacking today is two things: resolve and organization. Those are the two things the black community is lacking today. Resolve. African Americans, well, what we call our founders black Americans, where they want to call themselves, have literally lacked the resolve of what they want to do to well, let's just say stay in America. A lot of them haven't accepted the reality that they're still African genetically and historically speaking.
And that's the problem. In Black Lion, that's my point. Like, if you have smoke for Africa, okay, you got smoke for Africa, but you don't have that same smoke for America. In fact, you want to, again, militantly integrate even more into this country that you claim is racist, racial wealth gap, enslaved you, Jim Crow, school to prison pipeline. You want to integrate even deeper into that. These people, they're not intelligent.
It's kind of like this. It's kind of like how, that saying when parents, no one like that, like say parents, for example, they have a daughter, she's kind of rebellious, she's dating the bad boys, and then the dad tries to say, no, you can't bring him here and this and that, and she still dates that bad boy. And that's when the mom, the wife pulls the husband aside, like, listen, the more you tell her no and say you can't bring him, the more she's going to do it. Let it happen. Let whatever she's going through with that bad boy, let it happen. And let her go through the consequences. That will make her want to stop. For me, the black community is no different. It's literally no different. Listen, one thing we got to understand, a lot of African Americans are in America are literally descendants of house Negroes. A lot of them. Remember, when we talk about the slave rebellions with Nat Turner or Harriet Tubman, we have to understand a lot of them. There's those Africans historically on the plantation. The worst of our era in this country is that a lot of them were scared to fight. A lot of them were scared to run away. A lot of them were scared to leave the plantation. So I'm not surprised why a lot of our people in our community feel this way as they do. It doesn't surprise me. And one thing we have to accept is that, and Diane is right, we're never going to be accepted as American, no matter what we do. Because you look at from the era of the plantation to Marcus Garvey, W. Du Bois, and you name it, or Carnegie Woodson, they all said the same thing. The same situations we're going to this day. The problem is that African Americans or Black Americans or foundational, what they want to call themselves, they're pretty much they have this subconscious adoption. It's like Umar said, psychological homelessness. It's like when you adopt a child, and that child has a great childhood from 1 year old to 18 years of his best life. Then the parents set him down and told him, "We're not your real parents. We adopt you from an agency when you're a baby." That psychological truth will psychologically destroy that child because its reality has been disrupted. So this whole time, you guys weren't my parents. You guys, or all this was a lie. Like, you guys adopted me, this and that. My real parents are somewhere out in the world. I don't know where they are. What's my race or what's this? It's too psychologically damaging for the average African American to admit that to themselves. So what's the easier route for them? It's to fight in a country which treats them like garbage. That's the only answer they can do for themselves to protect themselves from the psychological harsh reality they don't want to face. Listen, like we've all been told, action speaks louder than words. It always will. And like you pointed out, we all see it. European people in this country has showed us through their actions how they feel about us. But a lot of us don't want to leave and the reason why we will attack the African more than the average European, despite what they did to us historically, even to now.
That's one thing. Why don't they have the same heat for the European?
Because
the Hispanics.
Because the African, even the average African will force us to reveal ourselves as we are African. Because let's be honest, if it wasn't for the European and slave and colonialism, we will still be speaking our Igbo, Hausa, Wolof languages from West Africa. We'll still be more African than ever. They just man say, just pick the cotton, that's it. And they didn't miseducate us, teach us hate our culture. We'll still be just as African, no different than any other African in diaspora.
Yeah, so people in the chat room, let's see here.
That's just the harsh reality.
You can't force people to adopt Africa, fam, folk. I'm not forcing anybody to do anything. I'm just giving my opinion.
No, that's true.
And I'm just sharing my story and the stories of hundreds of others in regards to here we go. I'm keeping the conversation balanced when it comes to Black Americans' engagement to Africa. All right. Listen, you have Black Americans who are doing well. You have Black Americans who are getting their passports or getting citizenship. You know, I just think that Black Americans, no matter how much you claim or swear your bones are buried here, should look for, even if it's not Africa. I think they get triggered by Africa. Okay, Panama, hell, Malta, I don't know, Greece. I think Central, South America, Colombia have options outside of America. Because again, Black Americans for the past 400 years continue to complain about how they're not treated as Americans.
They're not.
Right. So if you feel that way, why not seek other options outside of America? That's all I'm saying.
It's like I said, resolve. They haven't we have a culture, to be honest with you, our community has a culture of ignorance and denial. We don't want to accept the harsh truth no matter how obvious it is. Because that means if we had to accept the reality that we're not going to be considered American, we're not going to be accepted in this country, we are taught to deny ourselves, that means we'll have to be forced to accept who we truly are. And that's something they can't do because it was never taught in practice for so long. When you're raised in society, when you're raised in ignorance, it could be family, society, whatever, from a young age to an older age, it's going to be incredibly difficult to reverse that mentality. It's really difficult. That's why I agree with psychologists when they all said, start them when they're young. Teach the harsh reality when they're young. Because even Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X said this. You can't take on a nation or a race without a nation backing you up. Every race knows this. Every race. It wasn't for the Chinese, it wasn't for the Chinese economy or the Arab economy. Europeans will literally deport or beat the crap out of Chinese or Arab people like nobody's business. But it's thanks to their nation. And the business with their nation is what's protecting them long term. We don't have that. We're not building that. And one thing we need to understand is the Europeans literally killed and murdered to get here. They didn't shake hands or naturally integrate. They killed and murdered to get to get what they are today. And if African Americans want America so badly, are you willing to go to that route as they did to get America? Because you can't. There's no thing as sharing power with another race. There's no such thing. That's an illusion. Are we as a community willing to go to that route to get what they want? That's the real question the community needs to ask. I might gain some certain privileges and certain rights and everything, or land, whatever, reparations, fine. But if you really want to be accepted as American, if you really want to integrate into the white society, how far are you willing to go for that? That's something the community needs to ask themselves.
My point
is it worth it?
It's to the point now, just some of the commentary I hear from these groups. Just stop calling yourself Black, leave Black out of it and just say you want to be American. Drop the Black, drop the African, drop the freedmen, drop all that stuff, and just say, listen, white man, we want to be American like you. We don't consider ourselves Black. Drop race. Just let it go.
I think we got to give up on the fact of being Black and being Pan-Africanism because neither one of them work. I think that that black comes from the term Negro, which means black, and that's when they was taking Bambara, Mandinga, Fulani, Bamalike, Balanta, Igbo, and Yoruba, and cramming them into the bottom of ships and calling them black. But that's not what they were.
I disagree, because I think with Pan Africanism we unite under the banner of us being black or African as one.
Okay, I'm gonna get to Pan Africanism, but in my opinion.
But 1 second, 2 Nigel was before you.
Okay, sorry about that.
Let 2 Nigel roll.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
There's a lot of background noise, like your echo.
There is, okay, let me just sort of.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tiarka. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Tiarka. Okay. Kidola, go ahead, Kidola. Unmute yourself. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, is the noise gone from mine now?
All right, yeah, go ahead, Tunaj, go ahead.
Yeah, that lady, she's very, very, I saw how she was trying to bamboozle you. She goes around doing these things. I see, there is this thing that one has to, reconcile oneself with, that there is always going to be some people in the diaspora that don't feel like they have any connection to the continent. There's always going to be that. There are some Nigerians right now that are in America that feel like they don't want anything to do with the continent. They don't want to go to Nigeria or anything like that. So one has to give some room for that. And they have their reasons. Like in the case of some Nigerians, they'll say, oh, the country treated them badly, a lot of bad things happen, and they are poor, and the Europeans are better, and all the rest of it. Yes, but this lady that comes on is not that stupid. And that's what bothers me about some of these people. They are actually quite articulate and intelligent people. They know what they're doing. They just have a visceral hate for whatever is, maybe from trauma, or maybe it's from just something else. I don't think this is logical, because really you can't pretend as if you don't understand that when people work together, you are stronger for it. When you work together with the continent, you benefit, your community in America benefits from it. That's how it works. That is why they have NATO. That is why the Chinese will run back to China and always report back anything that they do overseas, and the Indians and all the rest of it. And you can't pretend as if 400 years has not happened, with all these tragedies that have been happening in America, has not demonstrated that you are behind enemy lines.
Let me read this comment. Sojourner Truth. The white man, not Americans either. These people aren't aboriginal to the land. Stealing and killing doesn't give rightful claim. All right, so what you gonna do, Sojourner Truth? What you gonna do? Go bum rush the white man. Instead of being upset at Africa and African immigrants, go bum rush the white man and take the land back. These people, man,
see, the logic is very wrong, and some of all these people, they come out now, we see that there is a movement going on and people are beginning to come together. They don't how can you not understand that this is exactly what is needed? This is the most vital thing that was never present for Africans and for the diaspora, that was never present for hundreds of years. If we had been able to do this, would have been able to heal a long time ago. It's the diaspora of the Chinese that helped build China up today. The same thing with the Indians and all the rest of it. If you have something on the table in this world, you have ability to project power in any way, and you leave it on the table and you don't use it, believe you me, the others will not hesitate. They will take yours and use it against you. And those African Americans or the Jamaicans or even Nigerians that are divorcing themselves, some of them are running as far as Australia. They will run and they will find that they are running into the wind, because in the end, all their hard work, all their suffering will be inherited by some other person's child, because you don't control that territory, you don't control that country. There's a reason why people fight for their heritage. You always have to fight for your strength, where your strength lies. How can you expect to be in America now and over time you expect your people to prosper? They're not going to prosper. There is no way. You look at the Israelis. Until they went to Israel, Every now and again, there is a massacre. Historically, guess what? The same thing happens with the diaspora community. Until you have a base that you can project power from, and you have a massive base. Was it not the Ugandan president that said Africa is 12 times larger than India, but has the same population as India? You have a massive base that most people in this world cannot brag about. And somebody wants to make an argument that don't associate themselves with that. That is completely illogical. That is where you want to see. Dinas, you were saying that maybe they should go to Greece. Where are you going to? You have a massive continent.
But the point I'm trying to make, they have such this animosity towards Africa. I'm like, okay, well, just go to Greece or you know, I don't know, go to Colombia, go to Brazil. I mean, I'm just saying, I think Black Americans, my opinion, should have options outside of America. When I bring up Africa, for some reason they get offended. So I'm like, okay, well, try somewhere else.
It's essential. They don't have a choice. It's essential. Have to have it, and they are locked. You see, this thing that we do, it's almost like we have been given a lot. I actually believe that maybe we deserve what we are getting. Did the Europeans get what we got? Did the English have the continent that we have? They didn't. Did the Chinese have the continent that we have? No, the Indians don't. They have to scrape and fight their way to the top. We have all this, and we just act as we are spoiled brats. If I was God, I would never help us. Because I didn't give the others as much as he gave us. He gave us everything. You have a massive continent. You have been fortified with one of these longest and strongest genetic lineage, and you sit there and complain like everything is. No, the others, they envy what you have. And you should be protecting what you have and protecting it instead of selling it out like Esau for porridge, for the slightest thing that any shiny object is in your way. This type of attitude is completely illogical. That's what I have an issue with. That lady is very articulate, but somehow she pretends as if she doesn't know. I've spoken to her a lot. They all know what they are doing, and some of them are actually sinister with what they are doing. They have an agenda. They actually want to weaken the African American community as much as they can, whatever purpose that they are doing it. Because there is no reason why. It's very, very clear. It's not even hidden. We all know the continent. We've all seen it on so many YouTube channels. Dinas has shown it. How can you not see that, even if out of greed alone? Jesus Christ. You look at the whole continent that is your people control, and you don't want to go there and work with it, and you want to remain in America, where you have a bitter history in the US. A bad history.
But to Niger, isn't a lot of African countries, aren't their resources locked into lopsided contracts with Britain and France?
Exactly. You can go there, take whatever you want. It's yours. Why should others go there?
No, I'm saying the resources of these countries are being like Prince Charles is getting rich off of Ghana. The British are getting rich off of Nigeria's oil. France in the Francophone countries have them locked into IMF contracts to where they got to pay interest on borrowing back their own money. The only way I see out of that is that we
are the only people that are so concerned with other groups of people.
Can I put forth my solution though?
I don't understand. No other group of men is going to affect get in the way of my game plan.
Yeah, let me finish my statement, Donnie.
I just don't understand the argument. I don't care what the Chinese are doing. I don't care what the Russians are doing. That's not doing anything to stop me from what I got to do.
Listen to me, Donnie. If you're going into someone else's home and in their home, another person outside their home is controlling the resources inside their home, but the person home who you're going to is say, come in, you're welcome to everything, but someone else is controlling the resources. It does matter, brother. No, but I have a solution. Yeah, I have a solution. No,
it does not. You have as much access to those resources. The problem is we are not organized enough to put together the necessary
and we'll never be. That's why Pan-Africanism doesn't work.
To exploit these
why do you say you can never be? Why?
But look how long we've been trying.
If you can't do that, let me tell you something. If you cannot do that, you deserve what you get in this life. How is that hard to do? If that is, so hold on.
Tunaja, I want it.
No, let me finish
I
my
want
point.
it.
Let me finish.
Okay.
I'll allow you to say your solution. If that is the only lift that you have to do to save your community, believe you me, God has given you an opportunity that you should cherish. These Europeans, they didn't get that. They slaughtered each other and they slaughtered their way to whatever they've earned. And this thing that we don't see, that we take for granted constantly, this is why we are being. When we talk about just reaching out to each other, I see that is such a big ask. That is the minimum.
I agree,
you have to do that.
Tunaja, I agree with that. And that's a part of my solution. Because in order for these countries to work themselves out of the way of those contracts of those people, is that they do business with us and our banks. But that brings in America. So I mean, I'm just spitting the facts here. I'm not asking anyone on how to feel about the facts either way. I'm just spitting the facts. If we sitting around waiting on all us to come together, you're waiting on a fairy tale. That's something that's in your imagination that's never going to happen.
I agree.
So trying to constantly pump life into this Pan-Africanism idea, it's not going to work. This is someone who loves who knows. Yeah, I'm African in America. I know my proper ethnicity. I'm talking about all the way down to the tribe. So I'm saying,
when did I ever say I want everybody to be a Pan-African?
No. You never said that, Dynast. I'm not accusing you. This is not not accusatory of you.
I'm just using myself as an example. I just come out here, I give my opinion, I'm on the ground, I provide the footage, I'm a resource. And I share with everybody my wins, I share my L's. That's all I do.
That's great, Dynast. I'm not criticizing you or your approach at all. What that lady was talking about, I don't agree with what the hell she was saying at all. That you shouldn't even internalize what she was saying. Everybody here, I think, will agree.
I'm not, because when they start talking, they get emotional. They make themselves look.
Tiaka, you said something about a solution. What was the solution?
Well, that was my solution. In order for you guys to wrestle, because those are contracts where if these countries breaks these things with France and Great Britain, it's probably going to be a big war about it. So
man, golly, man, I've never met another group of men who are so damn scared of other groups of men. Who cares?
Well, I'm just talking about the common sense approach. I'm not trying to get. I'm not trying to make my idea get.
On one end, we're afraid of the French and British and Chinese in Africa. Then on the other end, which proves my point, we upset at the race soldiers who are killing us in mass in the black.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with people's perception. I don't agree with people's perceptions about race soldiers are just killing down black. Everybody who live here,
race soldiers killing all the black folks.
Yeah, that's crazy. Everybody who live here know the real truth.
Let's seek some other options. How about Africa? Man, they got them French and them Chinese over there, though. I mean, it's just
by working with Africa is how you kick them out. By working with Africa,
exactly. That's my
sense. How you kick them out.
Exactly.
Misery burgers.
What? Let me say this. One of the issues.
Well, Black Line, let me do this. Let me pass the Kidola to Kala because Kidola's been waiting.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Kidola.
Dennis, thanks for bringing me in, man. You see, that lady, she's crazy. Let me just go fat. These are the problem I think Black America will face for a very long time. We talk about Black America here. You see, Black America have different type of color. Nobody discussed about the color part of Black Americans. The more African you are, like Dennis, who look like real like African guy, and Carla, who look like real African guy. They're not Miss, but the real Miss ones who have triple Miss or four Miss, but who also claim the Black American side, they will surely be jealous and they will surely come out aggressively. Why they will come out aggressively? You don't need to blame them because they don't know where they actually belong to. Because you're not picking. You see, there's colorism also in Eastern Black America also. So what you see now, the very light-skinned Black Americans, that very light-skinned ones, they are vicious. They are jealous. They're like, where people going to? Who are people to go? Because they cannot belong to the Mexican side, they cannot belong to the Asian side, they cannot belong to the white side. So the only one they know is this name called Black America. If these African-looking Black Americans are now separating themselves, try to go back or try to visit or try to belong, associate themselves with the continent Africa they look like, that's going to be a problem. That lady that just got, she's a very light-skinned lady. Very light-skinned woman.
Well, kiddo, I can't say that because I know some.
No, I saw her.
I know some. I don't want to turn this to a colorist.
No.
I know some light-skinned,
Fulani are light
who love Africa more than the black ones. So
those are few. The ones that are vicious coming out now. If you check them, if you really check them, because I've been watching them. If you really check them, you can put them on the scale as African person to choose who's real African. They will say, oh no, not really this. So what you see now, this where the for you to hate actually who you are. That doesn't mean you cannot. They say you cannot hate who you are because that's where you're coming from. A China man will never, as long as he remains a China man looking, you can never say, oh, I'm not Chinese. They'll say, you're crazy, you're Chinese. So what you see now, why they're viciously coming to attack you is because they feel you because the people I saw with you in Sierra Leone in Nigeria, they're pretty dark. The gentleman with his daughter and his wife, I can put those people somewhere in Ghana, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. You understand me? So
Kidola, sorry, can I just
hold on? Let me finish.
Kiddo, we got to go ahead.
Okay, let me finish. So what I'm trying to say is this, Dan. It's not about.
Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say.
Hey, Carl, you're static in your background's acting up again.
Okay, can you hear me?
No, it's still acting up.
Can you hear me now?
No, you're still acting up.
Can you hear me now?
No.
All right.
Your mic giving feedback like you underwater.
I don't know why I don't hear it, but let me log in from my computer then.
Okay. All right. Wisdom never sleeps. Go ahead.
Well, good evening. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna start calling you nephew, Dynasty.
What's up, Uncle? What's up, Uncle?
All right. So when listening to everybody, and especially the lady just cursing and foul, and in her name tag she says righteous. How are you black righteousness when you talk like that? You're supposed to be always looking for solutions. But my thing is they get so triggered every time you mention Africa as an option. All of them get triggered. And you're right. They are just followers, and they will defend those 3 and 4 letter groups to the death without any information. I would also like to know how many of them on their ethnicity applications, when they go for help, job, anything else, put African American as their race. Because you can't hate Africa so much and still label yourself as an African American here in America. I mean, that don't make sense to me, but I guarantee you they still check that. Now, the thing is, the self-hatred is so bad. It's almost like, why is it you want to be connected to where you really from, but you won't do the work to tell us that you're not from Africa? No lineage whatsoever. The thing is that it's almost like an abused person that be abused so bad, whether it's from a parent, a lover, a husband, wife, whatever. And no matter how much help you can give them as an option to escape, they won't go. All that person got to say is something nice, give them a trinket, and they'll say they love me. Doesn't that sound just like what happens in America? They give them some symbolism, a few words, and they're ready to die for these same people that they say that's oppressing them. Now, with the gentleman talking about France and everybody else that has the mineral control, well, what do we own here in America? What do we own as a people? Nothing. We don't control the water, the electricity, any of the things here in America. But you bring that up when you talk about Africa. But like the gentleman said, once you start relating with them, well, no. It's not time for you to answer it. I'm just stating what you said, and that's just a cop-out. The point is that why are we not, more of us, relating in Africa, like the guy said? That way you could, the more they see us come in with funds and information and knowledge and how to dig up those minerals and things and help them understand what those contracts should be, then maybe they wouldn't be giving them away so easily and someone else controlling them. But we don't own anything here, but we want to scrutinize what's over there and what they've done because they may not know how to do that. Some of the leaders just want their own pockets like they are, and that's why they give it away as well. It's not the collective people on Africa that's doing that. It's the leaders, some of those that are writing that up because they still want to stay in power and not be assassinated. But my point is you got to stop the self-hatred, attacking someone else that's taking that option and ask you why you won't have an option. So like we said, if you don't want to go to Africa, why aren't you going to Russia? Why aren't you going to Canada? Why aren't you going to Greece? Why aren't you going to Mexico? And what is your backup plan? Because so many people of status and even the white folks you talk about have plan Bs and have multiple or at least one more place they can go from America. And they're considered American. So what is the option? Why so angry when someone bring up Africa as an option? Why so angry? If you don't want an option, just say, you know what, that's not for me. You know, I want to stay in America. I want my oppressors to love me. I want them to keep patting me on the head, and I'm going to keep fighting and dying for them, even though I know they really, really deep down hate me. But I'm going to make them love me now because I'm going to do what I need to do, even down to hating my own people from anywhere, and I'm going to talk the talk. They need to talk that they talk me. So that's what I have to say for them.
Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. Once again, hit that like button. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
That we got to change the narrative with these type of dudes like Taarka and the dude last night, Connie. If you guys notice and listen to these dudes very carefully, when it comes to doing something in Africa, it's a we thing, right? But when it comes to doing something in America, it's an I thing. See, they're willing to take on the burden personally when it comes to achieving things in America. When it comes to reparations and using those reparations to build, it's not, man, we need to get reparations so we could build our community. The narrative is we just need to get reparations. What you going to do with the money? Don't worry about it. It's my money. I spend my money the way I want to. But when it comes to to Africa, it becomes a we thing. Well, we need to. This dude, Taarka, will keep saying, we got to do this with the Africans and Africans need to do. This guy ain't doing one thing in America, Africa, Switzerland, France, nowhere else, but sitting up talking about what we all need to do. And listen, I'm a even guy. I go after Black Americans just like I go after Africans. I'm gonna say the same thing I said to Connie last night. If you know the solution, which I know he doesn't have any solution, he just has an opinion, and he's saying that that's a solution. See, solutions involve personal responsibility and personal effort. Opinions just simply are you talking about what other people should do. No one has ever had an opinion about themselves that was worth a damn. They have a view of themselves, but it ain't an opinion. So when these guys talk about Africa, it's just opinions, not real solutions. When they talk about themselves, now they're trying to find solutions. Like if you homeless Dynast, you like, I gotta go to work. I gotta get me somewhere to live. But when it talks about building us up as a people, it's, you know what everyone else needs to do other than me? You guys need to do this and do that. No, brother, if you smart enough to tell everybody else what they need to do, we're gonna need some proof of concept. We're gonna
Question.
need you to we're gonna need you to show us what you're doing, show us exactly what you're doing that qualifies you to tell us what we need to do. Because people like me, Dynast, and everybody else are already doing it, proving everything you say wrong. Now
Question.
you show us what you're doing that proves you right.
Question. You know, I said Pan Africanism doesn't work, and so logically that might strike a nerve with you because you know that's your moniker. But
Doesn't
if
bother
Pan,
me at all.
okay, that's great. I mean, I got thick skin too, bro. So what I'm saying is, if Pan Africanism is a solution for us, tell me where it's working and tell me when has it worked anywhere.
Pan-Africanism is not the solution for you. The solution for you is to get off your ass, stop worrying about some other ideology doing something for you,
Where is
and
it
show me.
working?
Listen, show me what you're doing that works better than Pan-Africanism.
Where is Pan Africanism working?
Listen, it's working on Domfo.com. It's working with the OAP
How so?
at Kinfolk. Wait a minute,
Exactly.
bro.
Give us a
Wait.
demonstration.
You're asking me a question. I'm answering it. It's working at Domfo.com.
Hey,
You
whoa,
know
whoa, whoa.
why?
Brandon is Africa, sir.
Sorry,
Domfo.
Domfo.Africa. Okay. Listen, it's working at kinfolkafrica.com. It's working at the BAIO. Is helping people get their citizenship.
These
Wait a
organizations
minute,
are
bro.
solving.
You
I
asked
ain't
a question.
don't
You asked
focus
a
in on what Dynasty
Listen,
is
bro.
doing
I'm asking.
because
You asked a question. Dynast, can you tell him to let me answer the damn question? He asked the question.
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead.
Okay, shut your mouth for a second, because this is what you guys don't like. We got solutions now. You guys can't use these tired ass talking points no more. We got Domfo.Africa. Dine is helping people get their citizenship. This brother has several businesses that are in Africa, where he's working with Africans hand to hand and with Black African Americans. I got the OAP. I have businesses in Africa where I'm hiring several Africans. I'm about to do another business venture with Realm in the Bush. That sister's from North Carolina. She about to start making a footprint on the continent. We was just in Africa together. You got Kala. He got the tourism situation on lock in Liberia. Got people over there on the ground, people who work for him and work with him on the ground. Now, this is what I'm going to tell you. We got three examples among many of Pan-African, a direct connection where you're talking to the CEO, the bosses here right now. Now tell me one thing you're doing to build anything in America, Africa, or anywhere in the world. Show me your business, tell me your website so I could go there and I want to see that you're in charge of it.
my business is Daniel Ventures LLC. You can Google that right now and check out the registered owner of it. So,
But what is
but
it doing?
as far hold up, listen to me. Listen to me. You named off all those things. Give me a chance to rebut that. Now, the things that Dynasty is doing with the tour company and getting people citizenship, you know, based on their African ancestry, that's great. That's one of the reasons why I'm over here. That's one of the reasons why I'm a listener. But when I call myself coming forth, putting forth solutions, that's not to counteract any other narrative of the things that Dynasty is doing or that you may be doing as an individual that you criticize me for being in America, going over there as I and doing something as an individual and all us
Can I get a
doing
word?
things as an individual.
Can I,
So
can I
I'm just
get a word in? Can I get a
yeah,
word in?
yeah, so,
I got a few minutes
I'll
to
go
get back to
okay.
work. Okay. All I wanted to do is call in and say this, right? Look, what I like to see us more on is utilizing Black-owned platforms, right? Black-owned platforms, Black-owned social media. I remember a couple of months ago, Dinah said there was a black-owned platform like YouTube. Did you say it was one like that? Dinah, you're muted.
I don't know if you can live stream on it, but Dr. Gabon has Abu Batumi. But I don't know if you can
see, that's what I'm talking about. When we want to talk about real Pan-Africans and all that, we gotta start with the basics. We gotta make an effort. Take one of our shows a week, right? A month, right? And get on a black-owned network and whatnot and start streaming on that. It can be choppy, the power could go out, whatever like that. But that's the effort right here. We can't sit back on the white man's platforms forever talking about Pan-Africans. And people, we come across as disingenuous. Okay.
Sorry.
Let me finish, Brandon. That being said, right? I think the problem is this, right? Those, like I said, exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm, right? Those are Pan-Africans, right? When I'm in a room full of black people, right? And I'm around black people all day, all day, business, everything like that, right? I once in a while, I'll give it to them a little bit. Like, yeah, I know a couple of guys, and I put people on the Dynasty show, and I tell people about people like Bamani and stuff like that. I'll say, hey, this is what I do. And I tell them about my radio show. I give it to them in little bits and bits and bits, right? Let them freaking build and say, something? That was pretty interesting. I saw that show you was on with Dynas. Hey, you guys made some good points, right? I'm not quite into the Pan-African thing, right? I'm an American. I love being America like that. But I'm willing to listen to what you guys got to say, To me,
hey, Kyler, you're breaking up. Kyler, you're breaking up. You got you need to add some minutes to your Lone Star internet, brother. You're breaking up. Kyler. Yeah, he broke up. Kyler, you got to call back in. Kyler, he broke up. Here we go. All right, go ahead, Brandon. We'll pass it to 4 black right folks. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, Dynas, look, I went to the brother's thing. The brother's running a MLM. That it ain't no business. It's just an MLM with an LAC attached.
I don't run no MLM, brother.
Listen,
That's
man,
incorrect.
wait,
That's incorrect information.
Dynas, when you get a chance, this is an opportunity to shamelessly plug your website. I'm going to give you the link to my website that's under construction right now. I will reveal my website on here instead of announcing on my own channel. I want you to go to your website, show the resource that you have and what you're offering. You can go to mine, show the resource I have and what I'm offering. Then you could go to
this ain't no kissing contest. See, that's what you into. You want to challenge me on some man-to-man shit.
Listen,
but listen, chill out with it. Chill out with that, bro. Chill out with it, because I'm not interested in it.
Tell you could speak. What I'm saying is, the minute you say Pan-Africanism isn't working, you make it a pissing contest. Because now you're telling me to show you what Pan-Africanism is doing. And what I'm saying is, I'm gonna call your shit. I'm gonna call, and you're gonna have to choose to fold, or you're gonna have to choose to put them down and show us what you got. We're not doing this no more with y'all. You're not gonna be able to come into
what? What are you exactly not doing?
Interrupting me.
I'm trying to get clarity on what you're exactly not doing.
I'm telling you what you're no longer going to be able to do in these spaces. You're no longer going to get to come here, question the people who are doing shit, and not be doing stuff yourself. So either you're going to shut up and bow down and bow out, or you're going to show that raggedy ass
I'm coming with solutions, Brandon. Brandon, your voice isn't the only voice in the world. Listen, brother. Listen, hold up 1 second.
Can you tell them to stop interrupting me?
1 second.
Hold on. Let's do this. Let's go to the site. Let's go. And I'm gonna pass it to Jonathan Miller, because Jonathan's been waiting patiently. Let's go. What's your website, bro?
It's in the back. It's in the chat.
No, I mean, this is just the Dun & Bradstreet. What's your actual website? Does he have a website? Hold on. Let me just go to click on the link.
Just click on the link, man.
I did.
Nah, man, I'm tired of these dudes.
But what are you tired of? I don't get what you're tired of. I'm somebody that's calling in with a different perspective. Now, what you're doing as far as going to Africa, opening up business, you're saying what I'm doing, and you're not doing this because I'm doing that. That's your criticism. That I'm doing this and nobody else is doing this. Man, you sound like a big baby.
I understand Brandon's point. So what's your website? Like, and you can shout it out. If you got a business, listen, this is your time to shine. We can shout out what you do because people will probably find value in it. What's your website?
Who are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you, yes. Sure.
No, I have a trucking business. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I contract phone to phone. It's not no type of. I don't solicit through web sales, internet traffic, and all
No,
that.
Dynast, scroll down and show where he's trying to get people to pay him $50 for leadership training.
I bet you can't show that. I'll give you 50.
Go
I'll
ahead and
cash
say
out you $50 right
$49.99.
now.
I done looked at it.
All right.
And Dynast,
Okay, all right. Let me pass it to Jonathan Miller. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Let's show everybody how he lied. You a liar, Brandon. You a deceiver and a liar.
Let me pass it to Jonathan DeWay. Go ahead, Jonathan.
It's all good. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
So basically, what I wanted to say is, I lived in Nigeria for about 2.5 years, and I can see a lot of reasons why a lot of people in America wouldn't want to actually go to Africa. I've been in Nigeria, been to Ghana, Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda. It's cool, but it's just a complete fall off from living standards. So in America, if you're sick, you can call 911, right? And you can expect maybe they'll get there 5, 10, 15 minutes late or something like that. You can't do that in Nigeria or a lot of places in Africa. God forbid that you have a heart.
So Jonathan, what happened? You had an emergency and the ambulance didn't come in the time of battle?
No, someone got shot in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And there was no ambulance to come get them. Police didn't show up either. So dude died, whatever the case may be. And that was just one example. That was in Benin City, Papa, little very like dangerous area. But that's just one example. The next example is like, you go to the bank out here, you stand in line normally, you wait on the person. And in Africa, you don't necessarily have to stand in line. You can just walk on up. If you're Nigerian, so you know that already. When you go to the bank, how long it takes. And, you can just walk right up into the bank and just go up to the customer service line. And even though they're serving somebody else, you can go up there and just start talking, answer questions or something like that. It's the same thing when you're shopping. Another thing is corruption. We could say that America is corrupt, but you're not paying 2 or 3 times the prices just because a person wants to kick back. That's at the local offices. You know what I'm saying? And then it's just a complete fall off. I mean, I'm talking about if you want to go ahead and say, for example, they take the lights in Nigeria. This happens through other parts of Africa too, and you got to go get a generator. Americans aren't used to that. At least maybe if you're in the South or in the country or something like that. But if you live in inner city, the majority of our people live, we're not used to that.
Well, Jonathan, don't move to Nigeria.
No, I live there.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if go visit Nigeria, if it's not for you, don't move to Nigeria.
But Dynast, where they live in America,
why people might not want to go. It's one thing to encourage someone, like, yeah, come to Africa,
Right.
It's a complete fall off. I wouldn't encourage anyone to go somewhere where it's a complete fall off.
Dynast, they're not doing anything where they are in America. They're not doing nothing with all the amenities.
See, who cares?
That's how you know it's BS.
Like, dude, you're not in Africa. You're never gonna go.
You live in a halfway house for black righteous folks in LA. Shut up.
Always trying to grift your damn self. Okay, you go on to court for Tariq Nasheed, asking people to help you out with a lawyer.
You just got out of prison.
Pay for your own goddamn self. Pay it, motherfucker. Fuck you. Okay.
Stop,
bruh. This lady just got out of prison.
But see, Jonathan, this is the problem. So Africa is a country. Whatever amenities that you have access here to in America, you can have in Africa. So that's why when people come up with these, we ain't got this in Africa, I didn't have that. Where in Nigeria were you living?
Benin City. Okay,
so why didn't you move to Ikoyi or Lagos Island?
Didn't want to live there.
Okay, so that was your choice. So
I do want to make something clear though. If we're talking about people moving to Nigeria or anywhere, are we telling them to go live in the rich, wealthy areas? Because I mean, if you're doing that, then you're really not actually living in necessary
the point I'm
local
trying to
Nigeria.
the point I'm
You're
trying to
living
make.
in the
I
upper places.
understand
They're not the same.
no, Jonathan. The point I'm trying to make. I understand if I want certain amenities where I need to go. All right. So I know if I'm in Oshobo, all right, in certain parts, I know I won't have access to certain amenities as I would if I lived in Okoye. So if I wanted those amenities, okay, instead of complaining about the lack of them in Oshobo, I would move to where those amenities are.
But would you leave? The thing is, why should African Americans leave where they already have those amenities and then go somewhere having to find where they have those amenities?
I'm
It
not
doesn't
saying
make sense.
okay.
Do you see what this guy is saying? You see, this is the kind of stuff that really gives me trust issues. How can a grown man sit here and say, you know what, I want to stay in another man's country that another man built first for me? So that what is the purpose for your life, really? Your life, your purpose is to build. Stop. This is, I don't understand. I can't understand it anymore. It's going to take you a while to get to that point, to realize that you can't scrounge off other people forever. You have to build your own. And God has given you a lot more than he has given them. And you want to go and scrounge in their country. You should be ashamed of yourself. Saying, and you are in Benin, one of the kingdoms in Nigeria. And you say you can't encourage people to go there. Go and scrounge now. When they are done with you, they kick you to the curb. Let
me say this, guys. Listen, what the problem is I'm hearing is, why is it that when it's time to say, we built America, but yet still don't own anything, but when you go to Africa, you're saying it's a drop-off from amenities, but you don't want to build in Africa. But you built America for free.
Is it a drop-off? Yes or no? Don't just make it plain. Make it clear. Is it a drop-off? Is it a drop-off? Is it a drop-off?
No, it's not a drop-off.
One mic. I'm sorry, one mic. Jonathan, depending on the neighborhood and city that you move to, yes, it can be.
And then the next part is the money that you need to go to these places. The money that's needed to go to these places.
One mic, Jonathan. Just like in America, I can move. Okay, here goes it. So, Jonathan, here in America, the community, the neighborhood I live in, if I wanted to, I could upgrade to a better community that's gated.
Yes, you could.
That has security. That, listen, if you try to pull into the subdivision, they're gonna grill you. Who you going to see? Let me call. I could pay for it if I have the money. So yes, it could be a drop off, depending on what part you move to. And that should be common sense.
But he's bringing up infrastructure.
The next part is,
you guys, he's bringing up infrastructure.
Bro, the infrastructure is there. I mean, the infrastructure is there, but depending on where you go to.
Yeah, no, I think
I don't understand why is that so hard to understand. Depending on where you go to, you can have the infrastructure. You have all the bells and whistles depending on what part you go to, just like in America. Again, I have my neighborhood. I can go to a nice subdivision where they got security, they got a pool. You know, there's a community here in right outside of Atlanta called what's it called? It'll come to me. But listen, everything is in that community, but you gotta pay for it. Everything.
I agree.
So
the problem is that when you're telling people to leave America where they already have that, why should they then go to Africa?
They don't have that everywhere in America. Let's stop that right now. They don't have that everywhere in America. If you leave the city of Charlotte and you go down to way down in Rock Hill or anywhere outside of that metro, you're going to be further and further away from the hospitals. The 911 going to be forever to get there. All those things happen right here with all the infrastructure you say. So it's still depending on where you decide to live, where you can afford to live. You got people in communities only have these little convenience stores, still not owned by black people. They can't have a grocery store for vegetables. They call them food deserts. But yet, anybody move closer and pay more, they can really live in a upstairs above the grocery stores. Walk right to everything. So let's stop this excuses. It's
It's
still
not an
depending
excuse,
on
sir.
where you decide
Where you're
to
failing to
go.
where you're failing to mention is that it's one thing for diners to leave one part of Atlanta and go to another part of Atlanta. We're talking about a whole nother damn country. We're talking about you got to go get a visa if it's not visa on arrival. You don't get residency from visa on arrival, do you? Last time I checked, you
Sir,
don't.
Can I speak,
Let me
Dynasty?
just say that
you
you have
have
to quit to
different
one
laws.
slide.
You have different
Can
laws
I
in
speak?
each state here.
I want
So
to ask
you may have
Wisdom
you may have a conceal and carry here, but you may not use. You may have a conceal and carry here in North Carolina that I can get, that I have. But that means every state I go to, they don't honor the conceal and carry. There are certain states just open and carry. So that's a lame argument.
We're not
Everything
talking
is
about
depending on
carrying a
where
gun,
you
sir. You
are.
damn sure not gonna carry no
No,
gun in Nigeria.
no, you
So
said,
that's bullshit. We're talking about
listen.
moving.
Exactly.
We're not talking
I'm
about
just
you can
giving
carry your
examples
gun.
like you did
We're
about,
talking about
listen.
moving to a whole nother
But we're
country.
not
We're talking
telling
about
anybody to
can
move
you
to
go
Africa.
somewhere, go to another country where they don't speak clear
You just
English,
started a
go to
strong man
another
argument.
country
Nobody said
where
that
the
anybody should move
economics
to
is
any.
not the same. Why are you encouraging it?
Jonathan,
If
why
people
you're
don't
going
want to
to
go, they don't have
Africa?
to go.
Jonathan, you're lying about Africa because I go to Kenya. I go to the bank all the time. No one's cutting in line, running to the front.
I was talking about Nigeria. I specifically said that.
What you're doing is you're taking an anecdotal example of one bank you went to and using that. Bro, listen to me.
Whoa, wait a minute. Wait. I don't wait.
Let me,
wait, hold
bro,
on.
let me
Before you
finish. You
start
already
explaining
said
it,
what you said.
do
Don't
you
try to
live
walk
in
it back
Kenya?
now.
Do you live in
bro.
Kenya?
I want to make an example.
Listen, bro. I own land.
I want people to answer. I want responses from people that live in these places. Don't just
Where,
talk.
where do you live? Where do you live in Benin?
Wait a minute.
Where do you live in Benin? Where do you live in Benin?
Wait a minute.
Where do you live in Benin? Where do you live in Benin?
Guys, let me say
Where do
this.
you live in
You're
Benin? I want
telling
to know
people
where
to
you stay
live
in Benin.
somewhere. If you don't live there, that doesn't make
Let
any
me say
sense.
this.
You're a
Where
hypocrite.
do you live in
Don't be
Benin?
a hypocrite.
Where
Wait a minute,
do you
guys.
live in Benin?
And then
Where do you
talk
live
about
in
where you
Benin?
live.
Guys,
Where
wait
do
a
you live in
minute.
Benin? This guy never been to Benin City. This guy is
Kidola,
lying. Tell
let
me
me
where
talk.
do you live in Benin? I will
Kidola,
tell
let
you
me
everything.
talk.
Where do you live in Benin?
He don't live in Benin. This guy is a person who went there for tourism, but he's asking a question based on tourism, but saying he want to answer from somebody who lives there permanently. That doesn't even make sense. So if you going there on tourism, expect an answer based on tourism or someone who doesn't live there permanently. And on top of that, your whole premise is flawed because I've never heard Dynas tell people to move to Africa. You've never heard me tell people you need to move to Africa. We've never said that. You are just simply trying
I
to
don't think
make
you've
a
been
straw man
listening to the
argument.
whole show then.
Bro, you are making a straw man argument based on lies. If you go to America, go to South Central, go to these different places, the damn pizza man won't even deliver a damn pizza. And you talk about how somebody didn't come in an ambulance to pick up somebody who got shot. When PNB Rock got killed,
Wait,
when
why
PNB
you
Rock got
comparing
killed in
a
LA,
pizza
when
to
PNB Rock got killed,
healthcare?
when
That
PNB Rock got,
doesn't even make sense.
when
Dennis,
At least if you're
when
going to
PNB,
harm something,
Jonathan,
make
you're getting
sure
on my
it's
nerves, man.
relevant to
You're
what
really
you're
getting on
arguing
my
about.
last nerves. Just stop it, Jonathan.
I'm not talking
You're being
about
like a
Jumia
child.
food
Just
not
stop that
delivering.
nonsense.
Hold on, one mic. Okay.
I'm not talking about Jumia food
This
not
guy is getting on
delivering.
my last
I'm
nerves. Look at the
talking about
nonsense he's
healthcare
spewing.
problems. If a person has a heart attack, the person that the NFL guy, the one that just recently had a little heart problem on the field, how quick he was picked up, taken to a hospital, and how they saved that man's life. Could that easily happen in any part?
there's another
of
guy who's in the
Africa?
NFL who had a heart.
Hold on, Brandon. Jonathan, I played sports and for the University of Georgia. We have access to the best health care that the average American will have access to. Okay, let me tell you this. From what they said, how quickly they respond, I can tell you right now, if he had a heart attack at his house, he would have died.
For sure.
So what's your point?
But if
Man was at an NFL game with EMTs on the sideline.
He had the best trainers, medical care.
yes.
I think he's bringing up infrastructure, guys. Because listen, why would someone bring up infrastructure? Look how much smoke they got. This brother getting for bringing up infrastructure, an obvious problem that we
and it's
all
not
see
even
we
a lie.
need to address.
You
No,
can't
Go to the
address it, even though
Mississippi
Brandon,
Delta.
even though you said
not talking
everything
about
that
though.
you said, Brandon,
hold on, what
you
Mike?
can't say that I'm lying.
But this is the difference.
Dynast, you've been to Nigeria, correct?
You are lying.
Whoa. I want to talk to someone that lived in Nigeria at least, because you haven't.
What Mike?
Okay,
Dynast,
I've lived in Nigeria,
No.
so
To Niger.
I've lived in Nigeria.
Guys, be quiet. This is the point. And Wisdom Never Sleeps makes a great point. I go to an African country, I try to figure out a solution. All right. Y'all go to Africa, y'all complain and come back and relive the glory days of when we built America. But like Wisdom Never Sleeps, we don't control nothing about it. I go to Africa, when I get my fruit, my vegetables, I'll go to the corner store. Everybody looks like me. I'm not going to an Indian. I'm not going to the Chinese store. None of that. Y'all come to America, you complain about Africa, but then your communities, we don't control shit. That's the part I don't understand. Like, we control absolutely nothing.
But we do control it. We control it in a multinational way, not in a pan-African.
I'm talking. I'm here.
And now he's lying.
I'm here in Atlanta, the Black Mecca. All right. When I go get my gas right now, it's Indians that run that gas station. I want to get a donut, it's Indians that run a donut spot. The beauty supply store, I want to get my little brush for my hair, the Koreans run it. When I'm in Africa, as soon as I step foot out the door, I got to go get my necessities. See, y'all worried about the big shit. Oh, man, the diamonds and the gold and the oil. Yeah, your everyday life in Africa, you're not going to be impacted by that, okay? The diamond mines. Your everyday life, you're going to need your basics, your food, your water. All of that I get from people that look just like me. In America, you can't say that. When I go to Kroger, Kroger is named after a white guy, not an African. All right. I could go right now in Africa. I could go to the market. All Yoruba with Nigerian women, they run the market, look just like me. I want to go get my clothes, my fabric. All the women look like me. You can't say that in America. You can't say that in America at all. Go ahead, Black Lion.
I'll ask this, Dynast. How's the family unit in the continent compared to America?
There's family, absolutely. Come on, night and day.
Boom.
Hey, Jonathan,
you can't get that in America.
Hold on. Here goes another one, Jonathan. I'll give you a prime example. I'm in Senegal. Me and my homeboy were walking. I said, I'm hungry. You know what he does? He grabs my hand. We go into a stranger's house and we eat. Tell me where you can do that here in America, in the Black community. You can't.
Not even on Thanksgiving.
You can't. Folks ain't even answering their doors no more. I don't answer my door. Listen, you come to my house, knock on the door, I'm not answering. You better call me or let me know you're on the way. Literally, I'm in Nigeria. I'm in Senegal. I'm hungry. And I could have waited. My homeboy grabbed my hand and said, we're going right here, we're going to eat. Complete strangers, we go in, we sit down, we eat. And leave.
Here,
you can't.
Same thing in Kenya.
I want to put one of the issues like what the brother Jonathan was saying. The thing is, like if I say for American standards, the closest thing African Americans really, the closest thing that we control in America, let's just say to an extent, is literally the South. That's it. And I'm not saying we control the South. You play a good role in the South, but that's as far as power as we're going to get in this country. Because, like for example, like when we talk about infrastructure and this and that, like Diane had a good point. Like I live in California, the Black population is literally less than 2%. If you're not white, if you're not Hispanic, especially in California, regardless of the city or areas, you're screwed. The housing is horrible. The employment rate is horrible for Black people. You don't get a lot of resources. Even the educational system sucks. You are limited. You are very limited. And we're in this. California is supposed to be the liberal state of America. The best of the best comes second to New York. It's not what it is.
Black people living under the freeway.
Exactly. It's not what it is. I wish news were more talking to grassroots people. It's not. And the sad part is you can follow all the rules, but they will systematically hold you back. At least in the continent, good and bad. At least you can build a family. At least you can build a business. At least you can find, as I said, solutions to fix the issues. And if you want to fix solutions in America, they damn near won't ever give you opportunity to at least try to fix the issues. Because in this country, corruption is normalized. Dysfunctionality is normalized. That's the culture. That's why you ask for most people are asking for those basic solutions to the most basic things. Is damn near looked down upon, or is never solved. At least in other countries, you got a better opportunity. That's not normalized here to this extent. You're limited as a black person, especially in these liberal states. At least in Africa or any other country, got better shots. That's more of a gamble. A lot of us should consider risking. And if they say I can at least build this, cool. If they say I can at least build that, great. But here in America, especially in the California liberal states, hell's no. They like it here because as long as you're at the bottom, that's good enough for them.
I feel like the way John
let me pass it to Philip and Missy Bar. Go ahead, Philip.
Hello, panel. Thanks for having me on, Dynast. I just wanted to pop in for a second. Respects to everybody. I'm not going to go through all the names, but I'm glad to see so many people I'm familiar with. Look, I want to address what Jonathan Miller is saying, and to an extent, I think your name is Tianka.
Tiarka, you right.
Tiarka. Look, it's unrealistic to expect countries that have been in existence as a modern state less than 100 years to have the exact same infrastructure and capacity that countries that now as modern states have existed for hundreds of years, including the United States. If you want to do an apples to apples comparison, what you've got to do is go back to what the United States was in the first 100 years, right? That's the apples to apples comparison. Go back and look and see how the fire department was developed, where it was private and where you had to have badges on the buildings. And if you didn't have a badge, they let your house burn to the ground. Go back and look and see how the police department was developed in the United States, right? How it came out of the slave patrols. Go back and look at that. But to sit in basically a former colonial power, and we were debating this, I heard Brandon go on this yesterday. The United States is an empire, 800 and some bases globally. It is the patroller of the shipping lanes for the world. That's why our Navy is so big. To compare that to Nigeria or Sierra Leone or Liberia or any place else is just not an apples to apples comparison. So we need to take that out of our minds from the very start of the conversation. What there is a comparison of opportunity and sweat equity to be put into something for yourself. That's what there is. And for those, and Brandon eloquently went through all of these people that are coming on Dynast's channel and trying to put forth their sweat equity to build something for themselves and those around them. But let's be clear. This guy that was on yesterday, Kano, where he was like, why don't we take over the music industry and do something with Afro beats? Do we understand how music and media is distributed? The kind of infrastructure that it takes to do that? It takes time and effort, and more importantly, it takes a bond market and a tax basis to do it. And right now, none of us have it. So it's a process to try to get the heads together and say, how do we scale? How do we build so that all of us can have something, first for our families and later for the larger whole? But if we're not comparing apples to apples, then it's not a equal discussion. And one of the things that I find really problematic is that, look, we're just dishonest about a lot of things about what our situation here in the United States is.
Yes.
starting with our citizenship. Let's start there. There was a lie that was told, and that lie was that you, African person, were in the first constitution that founded your country. You weren't. Let me say it very clearly. You weren't. You
absolutely right.
were included as 3/5 of a human being to help whites dominate you. Period. Full stop. Then you got amendments in the 19th century, which were not the normative citizenship that the rest of the Constitution covers. Amendments. Do you understand the difference between an amendment and being the reasonable, normative person that the Constitution is written for? They are not the same. So let's start there. Then after that, you had informal and formal exclusion from the economy. Period. Full stop. And the idea that we are participating in the economy in a meaningful way is a lie. It's an absolute lie. Commercial property held by Black Americans is 2%. 2%. That's insane that we're sitting here and saying, oh yeah, we're participating. No, you're not. No, you are not. So starting there to start talking about, well, they don't have 911. I get it. They don't have a full hospital structure. Sure. Do they have a bond market? What's the value of the Nigerian bonds right now? Does anybody know? Are Europeans investing heavily in Nigerian bonds or Sierra Leone bonds? Do they have a tax basis? Because that's how this stuff gets built and paid for. Are we even talking about the same thing? Apples and oranges, right? We got to stop this. Look, I came on here because I felt it was necessary to stop this arguing and squabbling amongst ourselves and get folks focused on the game, which is this. Black person, you are going to have a hard time retiring in the United States because we've entered a period of permanent inflation. Permanent. If they raise the interest rates, it's going to cause a catastrophic recession, depression, whatever you want to call it. If they keep printing money, then the inflation goes up. What is the problem that you have, Black person? You don't have intergenerational wealth. Period. Full stop. Maybe if you're lucky, your grandparents or great-grandparents were able to buy a home. Maybe. But if you don't have that, then we aren't talking about anything. What you got there, Brandon? I can't see what that is.
I got receipts proving that this dude is a straight up liar, man.
Oh, wait. I don't want to do that now.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. The bottom line is this. We have an opportunity to try a Hail Mary to pull us out of the situation that we're in. If you want to know what you need for retirement, take what you're earning right now, multiply it times 20, and ask yourself, will you have that money? When you get ready to retire, will you be able to reach the number that I just said, the calculation? And that's for everybody. Black, white, Asian, Latino. This is how it works, folks. If you won't have the money, then you, my friend, have to play the currency game, which is $1 equals so many naira. $1 equals so many Kenyan shillings, or wherever it is that you think that you need to go. But the bottom line is, unless you're going to inherit money from your family, And unless you have saved up the money that you need for retirement, your idea that you're going to stay here and live comfortably is just not a real thing. So what good is it to beat up on the Africans or to beat up on the Caribbeans or to beat up on one another? We're in a crisis, folks. I'm looking up at the scoreboard. We're in the fourth quarter and we're down by 14 points. We got to get moving here. And I'm saying that as someone who's a Black professional, and I deal with Black people. And I'm going to tell you, and many Black professionals will tell you this too, a lot of my work with my people turns out to be charity. It turns out to be charity because we can't afford professional services. And even worse, when people offer professional services, we don't want to pay. What the hell? What? We don't want to pay. So
exactly.
I'm wrapping up. I'm gonna land. That when people offer know-how or skills or Dynas or Brandon or whomever, to Nija, whoever, Miss Ibarra, they're offering knowledge. We got to take that knowledge, pay people for their time and their services, and try to scale ourselves because we're in a damn crisis. And it's frustrating as hell to see Dynas try to host a civil conversation and to try to get us focused on trying to save ourselves and our families. And we're talking about, well, you know, the streets aren't built all the way. You're damn right they're not. It's only existed as a country for 60 years. What are you talking about? They don't even have a full government that controls all of its land territory yet. What are you talking about? It's insane. So look, Dynas, little different tone from me today. But thank you for hosting this. And let's get to the business of how can we find some solutions to help one another. First for our families and later for our community. Let's try to do that and stay positive as people. The worst thing that I see about us is that we're constantly fighting amongst one another and none of us own a damn thing. It's awful, absolutely awful. Hey, it's a great idea. Let's try to get our recording artists to re-record their music with African ownership so that they can own their masters. Let's do that. Let's do stuff that we can help each other get the bag. So listen, Dynas, thanks for having me on. Sorry, I might have been shouting a little bit in here.
No problem, no problem.
But I love your show. Thank you, panel, for tolerating my rant, and I'm going to go about my day.
Okay.
You're right, brother. I appreciate it.
Hold on, let's do this. Let's pass it to Jonathan, and we'll pass it to Ibarra. I'll let Jonathan, you can respond if you want to, then we'll pass it to Miss Ibarra.
Go and pass it to Miss Ibarra.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Ibarra.
Great afternoon to everybody. Great evening, wherever we are on the planet, right? So just to start with, there are about 200 countries in the world, right? 200 countries in the world. Nigeria is number 24 in terms of development. Nigeria is number 24 in terms of development, right? Nigerians, virtually, there is not hardly that you see a Nigerians that his or her family don't have a land. Majority of the land and places that you're going to go, including Benin, all those places, all those land are private owned. These are not government owned. This is not United States. Everything that you do, the development that you're seeing or lack of development is being done mostly by individuals. So when the brother is saying that when he goes somewhere, there is no ambulance, there is no this, there is no that, at some point, we're going to have to stop copying the United States. The United States is actually not a country that we should copy, with the exception that if they do something that is good, we might want to copy that, right? In this so-called United States, I just watched a video of a black man that was in mental crisis. They called the ambulance, and the so-called medical professional smothered him to death in this United States. I promise you that will not have happened in Nigeria, right? By the way, one of the worst things that I think that happens to black people in this country, one of the things that I realized when I first came back to the US is we don't talk enough, and we don't talk about what happened in other countries. When you don't have enough interaction with other people before you pack up and go to Africa, you start thinking that you want to have the same access. First of all, when you live in America, you live in a plywood. The house is not built with block. Africa is built with block. You pay forever, 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 forever. In America, you never pay off your debt. There are still people in this country that still don't have an indoor bathroom, right? All your water, you're basically drinking shit because the water is contaminated constantly. The water is, you're gonna have to start seeing that the condition that Nigeria is, maybe with the exception of some violence, and violence is perception, right? Is actually your ability to negotiate with other people is actually the best idea for you, right? If you say that you want Nigerians to have the same type of electricity that we have in the United States, we may not be able to pay for that every month. So you having the ability to have a generator, a solar panel, curate your own stuff, for the moment, that might be a very good idea for Nigerians, right? You can't have everything the way you have it in the United States. People, or a group of people that look like you, were oppressed to build this country. And we need to get that to our skulls. Black men and women are still in prison, creating things that's being used in this country. In essence, slavery has yet to finish in America. So are you saying, in order for us to have the same amenities that you have in the United States, who do you want among those groups? Who do you think will fit that position of us being slaved so that we can build Nigeria the way we build the US? You're going to have to start thinking about these things. Go to Nigeria, go to Benin, go to Kenya, any part, go and negotiate with your brothers and sisters. If you feel like there's something that needs to be built, that is your responsibility. That is what men do, right? I was born here. When my parents took us back home, the first place we used was a big mansion. My dad deliberately took us from that place and took us to one of the places that I thought is the worst place in the world. The water was a mess, trash everywhere. Do you know what my father did? He fixed the entire street. He built the street. He put the bridge there. What my dad did there is what is still there till today. That's what man does. You're gonna have to take care, especially if you have children. If you take a child somewhere, you're gonna have to start building where you live. So if look at what the police officer does here. When you say a police officer, you have to give them bribe, you have to do that. I would rather give them money than allowing them to kill me. Right? We're going to have to expand our mind in the way in which we see Nigeria. One of the fastest and the biggest refinery in the world belongs to Dangote. Dangote. So when you're saying Africa is not doing anything, the largest refinery in the world belongs in Nigeria by a black man. Lekki, that everybody is talking about Lekki. 30 years ago, Lekki was just a mangrove. Look at Lekki today. And the last time I checked, nobody was enslaved to build that. Nobody is oppressed. Nobody was destroyed. Right? I would say, if you're still interested in staying in Benin, which I think you should, definitely from this moment on, change your mindset. Look at that place belonging to you. You belong there. Right? Listen, I was in Nigeria in 2001, and my brother has a brain surgery. He was in a fight, and somebody hit him in the head. Right? I got there, and I look at him. I say, that boy has a blood in his head. They say, how do I know? I say, listen, if that boy died, all of you are going to die. Can I say that in the United States? If I say that, what do you think is going to happen to me? They will harm me. They will take me to jail straight away. What they did was, they're not so proud that they're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying he has blood in his brain. He needs to go to the nearest hospital. I need you to do a CT scan, a this, a that. And they say, okay, if anything happens to him, I'm responsible. So I took my brother there. I took him to the next place. By the time we find a surgeon for him, the only Nigerian surgeon that was there, do you know how they did the surgery? With barely minimum. They don't have all these fancy things. Until today, my brother has yet to go back to the hospital again. He's still alive with that one surgery. If that had been in the that was 2001. If that had been in the United States, that person will have already need to do another surgery with all your fancy equipment, right? You're gonna have to see the good wherever you are. If what you are looking for is a problem, I promise you, you will find problem 1,000 times, right? See everything as an opportunity. Somebody asks you to give them a little bit of money, negotiate with them. If you don't have it, promise them you come and give them another time. I promise you they will let you go.
Or just say you ain't got it.
And I'll just say you don't have it. Right? I went to Nigeria. The last time I went to Nigeria, I did not pay a dime in bribery from going from one. And every time they respect my reasons from not doing it. Right? Because I say my dad don't pay bribery, so therefore I'm following my dad's footsteps. Next time I may not find I could but you're gonna have to start. Nigerian police, you can negotiate with them. Some of them are assholes, but there are assholes everywhere. Listen, we can't go to places like Africa and think you want to the same service you get here. What service do you even get here? The corruption in America is put in policy. Have you seen your gas bill lately? Your light bill lately? Your food? Can you negotiate your bread? The price of clothing in store?
They can't even afford it. That's why that's why the women out here selling their thing on the internet.
Exactly. Whereas you can negotiate along the way. That should be, everybody should bring their stuff to the market. And you should,
Missy Barr.
yes.
Missy Barr,
Black people are the only people who argue for things that they can't even afford. This man talked about an ambulance. Bro, you can't afford that $2,000 ambulance, right? You're gonna be trying to call an Uber to get to the hospital like damn near every other black person in America. But they don't got an ambulance. I went to Africa, paid $12 for an X-ray, $10 for electrocardiogram, saved my life because I had pneumonia that they misdiagnosed.
When I was in Tanzania and I got altitude sickness when I climbed Kilimanjaro, they took me to the hospital. My hospital bill was like $15.
That's it.
Right, but we argue for things we argue for resources, Dynast, that we can't even take advantage of. People now, bro, I had a person, listen, we was playing basketball at 24-hour fitness. This was years back. A dude messed his knee up, like I'm sure he blew it out. They was like, bro, we gotta take you to the hospital. That dude said, nah, man, just take me home. I can't afford, I don't got no insurance. Black folks talk about how they ain't got, bro, these people are living in delusion. Delusions of grandeur. Oh, they got all this stuff. That's like me saying in America, they got nice roads and I don't even own a car. You catching a train everywhere. Like Brother Philip said, we're just straight up lying about where we are in America. Our position, trying to look down on Africa. Go to the projects. Go to these black neighborhoods, bro. They're not doing really any better than Africa. I've been there. I live in LA. Go to Jordan Downs.
Brandon, take a look at this. Now you have a slew of black women on the street, homeless. There's an interview, if anybody can research it, there's an interview of a nice lady crying. Why is she crying? She has 2 master's degrees. She's homeless. All she needs is to get a ticket and go to Africa. Anybody will have helped her. She could go there and start teaching and she will get paid. If she had taken that same master's degree and become a teacher in you may not want to go to Nigeria, who cares? Go to South Africa. They will hire you. Go to any other places. Go and start your own little school. The fact that you have a master's degree, you have something to offer, is a plus. Why should you have all this degree and you end up on the street and you think that's the only option you have?
They don't want no damn job. They don't want a job. They want somewhere where they can go, not work, and still get paid. That's America. That's not just blacks. That's everybody in America, but especially black people. We want it a certain way or we don't want it. That's why we're living on Skid Row in LA. Look, Leimert Park is not the center of blackness in LA anymore. It is Skid Row. There are more black people on Skid Row in LA than there have ever been in Leimert Park or Windsor Hills or Inglewood or any of these places that they call black meccas in LA. We are homeless out here. People living in tents under the freeway, and this fool talking about, well, they ain't even got no ambulance. That just shows you that this guy's living in cognitive dissonance and pure delusion. Even in Africa, you could go live in the village go to the village. All you need to do, give them 1 bag of rice a month. They will welcome you like a brother, dude. They'll be like, this guy
Brandon, do you live in Africa?
Bruh, I've been to Africa for months at a time.
No. Did you live in Africa?
Here you go. Okay.
Do you live in Africa? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
If you stay for somewhere for a month or more, you're not living there?
No, you're not a resident. 6 months or more makes you a resident, sir.
6 months. Okay, so where did you stay for 6 months in Africa?
Nigeria, Benin City, bro.
Okay, so how did you survive there 6 months without Africa having all the amenities of America? And
there's
you
a
soft as hell, so
I got the money, weirdo. But other Americans don't have the money.
No, you don't know what everybody else got.
What you can't.
Listen,
you just
wait. See, in mass, you guys are saying it's being said that African Americans should go back to Africa. Go build in Africa. You need money to build in Africa. But before you even get to the building, building in Africa part,
where do you live in America?
Or you need residency.
Where do you live in America?
San Francisco.
Okay, so why are there people who are living under bridges, in alleys, in tents in San Francisco that are black?
Majority of people that live like that in San Francisco ain't black, bro.
Yes, it is. And the majority here, listen, the majority,
it's not, bro.
Bro, black people
really
make up 80% of the homeless. Listen, bro, I don't have to argue with your lies. Black people make up 80% of the homeless population in California. 80%. So why don't they have what you have in America?
Exactly.
So that kills your. So wait, Tunija. That debunks your lie or this lie.
Wait
a minute, dude. Why you gotta interrupt me when I got
you? You interrupt all the time.
Listen, dude.
I watched you on shows previously.
Why are
you
do?
What you're not saying is, and this is the bad part. This is what I dislike about what you're saying. You're making it sound like someone could just go get a ticket, hop on the plane, and go move to Africa. Isn't there a process to that?
Yes, they can.
Africa is just like a.
No. Get a ticket and just go move to Africa. You ain't got to get no visa, no passport, no nothing. They can just go to Africa.
You lived there for 6 months. But bro, listen, the whole thing is Africa is just like America. You got haves and you got have-nots. And the haves is going to have more and the have-nots is going to have less. Your people is on Skid Row in LA right now, and you're trying to talk about Africa.
Brandon, let me interject real quick. So this happened in San Francisco. This is a black homeless woman getting sprayed by a water hose by this white man. This happened in San Francisco.
Yeah.
This
happens.
And he said he would do it.
I mean, I'm sorry. If we want to just point, if we want to look at crime, we can look at crime in Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, anywhere else. It doesn't make a difference.
No, that's
only
pure
thing that we want to
disrespect.
highlight over here is the race of the people that
Mike, no, Mike, hold on.
that's really not a good argument.
Brother,
That's not a good argument. That's a worldwide thing.
And
But what I'm saying is specifically, if people are telling African Americans to move to Africa,
bro, I'm from Benin City. And I can ask you something. I'm from Benin City. Where do you stay in Benin City? Where?
Sekpaba Road, off of the same.
Who do you stay with there? Are you married? Do you have
I'm married.
Do you have a family there?
Yeah.
Is your wife a Nigerian woman?
She's Benin.
Then you spent 6 months in Benin City, right?
I've been here for 2 years. 2 years and 6 months.
Right?
Been here since 2019.
The big private hospitals in those roads. Because in Benin City, nearly every quarter have big private hospitals in Benin City. There's one general one they call General Hospital.
There's Edo Specialist Hospital. I'm not saying when I talk about Nigeria, it needs to be made clear. It needs to be made clear that I'm not specifically talking about myself.
At least two powerful private hospitals being built by Nigerian men. If you, I will tell you everything because I know where you say Sakpomba Road, right? I know everywhere in that place. You understand me? I'm from that place. You understand me? If you go to Okoro, there's a big hospital there. You know, if you go to even that Sakpomba you talk about, there's 2 big hospitals there because it's just a street. If you say Sakpomba Road, that's just a street. Just a road. You know, so you don't just come here and shit at something that you say everybody. Yes, hardship can be there. There's hardship everywhere. If you look at Philly, you see people homeless on the street. Even California.
Certainly.
But in the same Benin City, the area you say you live in Sakpomba Road, that's almost like a commercial center even in Benin City.
But he's not shitting. He's not shitting on Africa, bro. He's not. He's not shitting on
that. Y'all please don't misinterpret my words by trying to say that I'm shitting on Nigeria. I'm glad to be here. Glad that my family is glad for my wife. But what we're not going to do is lie to people in America and be like, man, y'all just move to Africa. You need a passport. You need a visa.
Okay. Let me just say something, please. Let me just say something, please. I think personally, I don't care about trading one comfort for another because I believe that at this stage of the movement or of what we are trying to do, I don't care about comfort. There are, the early stages of the Zionist movement, they didn't care about comfort compared to how they do now. There are people in Israel building settlements in remote areas where they know they are not going to have the comforts because they have a purpose.
Yes, sir.
We crave comfort. We've spent how many minutes or hours arguing about comfort? Those that run for comfort and think that comfort is what they are going to have, guess what? You're going to be the house slave for some other person because the other person that's willing to make the sacrifice, that willing to graft, do the hard work. When nations are out there saying they are willing to chew grass than to bow down to US will, and our people just sit there and say, you know what, they don't have a hospital here, so I can't move. And a man is saying that. Other men are doing the same thing for their own people. What do you think is happening? You are saying your own heritage. Why are you not making it better? You want to go and eat from another man's food, the hard work they've done for themselves. You know the penalty of doing that? You will never have control, and your children's future are always dependent on what their whims are. You are not guaranteed. You don't control your future. So you can go for comfort all you want, and I'm sure there are a lot of people that will do that. Because after all, I did that myself. But I woke up to what I'm doing, and I try to repair it. And I really think people need to understand that. You can do what you want to do, but it's a mistake. Don't make the mistake to think that when you are chasing comfort and leaving your country to this land to fester and be plundered. Remember, the same Africa you are saying you shouldn't encourage people to go to, Europeans are going there.
Exactly.
They are going there to read and read
They're
and
not
read. Why?
going there. They're not going there. They are going to the most rural of the village to go and learn what those people are doing, and then they will bring it here on the internet and sell it for you, and you are buying it. By the way, brother, if you feel like there is no emergency, that they don't have an ambulance, then take a look at this. That might be a niche. That may be a business of, and in fact, that is a business opportunity for you. What I would say you should do is to find out how you can actually have that ambulance, right? That's a business opportunity. See what is required. Start doing some research, right? That's a business opportunity for you. You can hire people. You can even be a one-man business until such time. Get yourself some nurses. Find out how you can teach people on paramedics, right? Always look for opportunity, because what you are saying, I don't want to, just tarnish or call you stupid. I wanted to say that this thing you are saying, this actually is a good business idea. I would say, take it and run with it. See what you can do. Tell the community, anytime you have an emergency, I'm running an ambulance here. Make sure the country is aware. Make sure the city is aware. Before you know it, maybe you start with one, you end up to 3. But if you are here complaining about what you don't have, see how it is that you can be the one that's going to have to solve that problem, right? Always, men solve problems that happen in society, right? What you're saying, it might be your spirits trying to tell you that what you need to do. So please take it. This one, don't think of it that everything we are saying that here that we are piling on you, right? Consider it as a great business opportunity. And I'm sure Mr. Tunaja is in Nigeria there. Connect with him. Anybody that is here, use this as an opportunity. And
Missy Bar.
Are they going for me that all of us can contribute something to this? I would say, think about what I just said or what everybody just said, right? I'm just saying.
Missy
My
Bar.
sister, I 100% agree with you. I'm not, everything that you guys said as far as business opportunities and blah, blah, blah is true. The problem that I'm standing up for is when it seems like the people who are in America, Black, are being shamed for wanting to stay in America and not go to Africa. That's where the problem comes from. I'm in Africa. It don't bother me. But to shame people for wanting to be in America, part of the American system or whatever, our ancestors fought for that. Whether you like it or not. Martin Luther King died for that. Malcolm X spoke up about it.
Who
How the
shamed
hell are
anybody?
you? How can anyone get
Who
on
shamed
here
anybody?
and start shitting on
John,
Black
No,
Americans
tell me who
wanting to
shamed
stay in?
anybody.
One mic. Who do we shame? How do we shame them, Jonathan? How do we shame?
FBA.
Okay.
Do you guys diss FBA all the time?
Why
anyone know here that has ever joined the show talk about FBA?
One mic. Why did we shame them?
I don't know. Why do you shame them?
Okay. I'm sorry. How? Put it in context. How do we shame them?
Foundational Black Americans,
Put
right? They claim that wherever they I don't know much about it.
Did I just come out and say, FBA, I shame y'all for not wanting to go to Africa?
No. But when you say phrases like,
so what I'm saying,
Black people be like, I don't want to go to no Africa or some shit like that. That's low key shaming.
Put it in context.
ADOS.
No.
Dinah, let me make something specifically clear. You're the host, right?
Right.
I'm not specifically talking about you, but there are other people like Brandon who say that shit, who are like Brandon, who will come up here and be like, oh, African Americans fighting for civil rights and blah, blah, blah. Nigga, you alive right now today, and you able to do what you do because of people that fought for those rights. So this idea that anybody that would shit on Black Americans for wanting to stay in America fight for rights,
but you see, you
continue
just
to fight for
conflated
their
two
rights.
things.
That's the
Fighting
difference.
for having a struggle has nothing to do with wanting to stay in America. Brandon never accused anybody that everybody has to leave America. That nobody ever said that. I don't know where the reason why you with FBA
I'm gonna need you to go back and listen to prior episodes, bro.
that attack Africans and attack those that want to associate with Africa at all. I've never heard Brandon say, "Oh, if you don't leave America for Africa, you are stupid." I've never heard Brandon say that. So I don't know. You are making strawman arguments for something nobody actually said.
Wait. Have you ever heard Brandon say anything similar to like wanting to stay in America, wanting to fight for your rights? You're not American, all of that stuff like that, but you're trying to fight to be with the white people.
That is not the same as saying everybody should leave America.
Wait. Do you not realize that though? Although you're not American, obviously.
There are different tactics.
Do you not realize that there were people that fought and died for Brandon to be where he is, to stay where he is right now?
He's advocating a different tactics.
To this that.
Take a look at this, brother. Take a look at this.
Disrespectful as hell.
Take a look at this. Those people, when they fought for the right, you know, they have to fight for their human right to be even called a human being, right? How much fight do you think this generation really have in them? How much fight do you think that this generation should continue fighting when there is an opportunity for them to connect to their brothers and sisters, right?
Where's the opportunity, sis?
If you're going to Africa, is that not an opportunity for you to connect with those that are there to have the backing of the state? The more that Black American here or FBAs, the more they are connecting with Africans, eventually African government and the people that are over there that know you, that interact you, have no choice but to back you, right? Because of Black American fighting alone, it's like you don't have the backing of the state. Who is there to back you? What state, right? So you need the backing of the state. Look at what Dan Cote as one man is doing, right? Imagine the continuing interaction over time. You just wake up yesterday and you want Africa to support everything, which they should have been doing. But we all have to remember that Africa was just a baby yesterday. All of us are going to have to learn to keep interacting together. Where you are right now in Benin, the longer you are there, the longer that the people knows you, the more interaction. They grow up with your children. They know your wife. Do you think anybody will let anything happen to you? But if you're here that you're complaining, immerse yourself with the people, right? Interact with, just like you see Africans showing anywhere. Everybody complained. You see, you said you think we are calling you stupid for not going to Africa, but look at what Nigeria particularly. There is not a country in the world that you go to that you don't see a Nigeria. Not one. And when they get there, no matter how much racism you're talking about, I'm surprised to see a Nigerian in Ukraine. What the hell? You will not find me there. As far out of Nigeria, I want to be.
That's an example of Nigerians wanting to flee Nigeria.
He's just making an argument. This discussion is a little bit stunted because he's making an argument that nobody's making.
Well, Mike, I just want to get gas him up on a royal image. I got to close out soon. Go ahead, gas him up.
Yeah, listen. Shout out to the brother. Listen, my brother. May I tell you, you get mind. Even me, when be from that area, to say I want to go and stay in Benin City, I know they do. Me that is from Delta. When I go to my village, I go, but I don't just hang out there. So for you to be in Benin City, yo, I got to give you 1,010 gun salute. I think what the brother is saying, and I think that's what the nuance people are missing. One, he's responding to, things that he's seen on Brandon's, station, whether or not it's true or not, but that's his position or his interpretation. I do believe the brother is correct to say, as I've always said, us who are from the continent need to act like ambassadors and position ourselves as a fiduciary. We should Google those terms. Let people know the good and the bad. So the fact that he's saying, yo, listen, when you go to Benin, or you go to parts of Lagos, or you go to Port Harcourt, or you go to parts of Imo State, there was recently a good blogger in Nigeria who just got killed because of kidnappers. I forgot the guy's name. Right? Wait, Dennis. Okay, you didn't cut Brandon off, but it's cool. It's cool.
But he's not saying that.
No, no. What I was trying to get to what I'm saying is that the brother is what he said. From what I heard in the background, right before I was asked for the link, he said with the hospital example, the guy got shot and 911, right? What he's trying to basically say, and it's true, there are certain social amenities that you have to let people be aware that you're not going to just get access to. The open corruption, even though America is more corrupt than Nigeria, the open in your face style corruption, where you would give somebody a tip, right? Or, a gratuity. I don't want to call it a bribe, right? That is something that if you're not used to it as an American, it can throw you off. Your bearings can be off. That doesn't mean you shouldn't come to Nigeria and learn a local dialect and learn the language and learn to eat the food. Like I tell people who come to Nigeria all the time, hey, listen, you might see something on the road. Don't do ill. That's terrible. Hey, that's what happens in Nigeria, and hopefully we can get it fixed. Right. So we need to be good ambassadors and give people the good and the bad. So at the end of the day, yes, we need to build Africa, because the way it's going with the restructuring of the economy in the United States, it looks like black people aren't going to have much, if at all anything. However, let's keep it real with people. Let's not BS people, as I've been screaming for the longest. That's what we need to do. And sometimes we give people this pie in the sky, everything is going to be all right. And then when they get there and they get disillusioned, then, no one's there to help you when you run out your money. When they tell you, no disrespect to anybody, oh, come here, open up a club and blah, 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 or do this big investment. They're not telling you the specifics. So we need to be real with people. We need to build Africa, but let's be real and let's, be truthful and open, so that way nobody gets scammed and hustled. That's what I want to say.
Amen.
Wow, this straw man argument again.
We got to pass the mic. Hold on, we got to pass. Go back to Africa.
Straw man argument constantly.
Go back to Africa. Go ahead.
Yo, what's up, people? How y'all doing?
Doing good.
I just want to share some things. I'm here right now in Ghana. I've been here in Africa 10 months now. Well, 9 months, going on 10 months. This past year, I've been coming back and forth the last 6 years. But I'm gonna say this right here, and hopefully this can help some people. I don't think it's up for debate, but in my experience, and the people I've done consultations with, those who I've talked to, all the emails and everything, many people are not built for Africa. I tell the Africans that they think that people coming from America are rich. They think that we got everything. And I tell them, there's so many poor black people in America. I tell them, you actually got an advantage when it comes to, y'all have the hustle when it comes to entrepreneurship, because we've been indoctrinated to work for somebody. Exactly. You see, majority of the black people don't buy land in America. Majority of the black people don't build their own house in America. They don't have a clue how to do those things, because everything is handed to us. You want a house? Go get a loan. You want a car? Go get a loan. You want clothes? Charge it on your credit card. That is very far few in between over here in Africa. You got to do for self. You got to defend for self. There is no disability checks coming when you are disabled. When you see Africa over here, there's no social security to go ahead and take care of you. There's no insurance that you get in a car accident and you now become sick that you can go ahead and lay up till you heal. None of those things. Only the strong going to survive coming to Africa, because we have been fed with a silver spoon. My thing is that, brother, I know, I don't think many people are making Africa as that, pack up and come to Africa. I think that because we have seen that things are done differently here because of how things are done over in America, it may be that opportunity for you. Now, and I say that opportunity, and I've said this 1,000 times, you are the opportunity. If you're coming for something to be handed to you, see, there again, you're missing out. If you don't know the talents and the gifts and the power and the strength that you have to make it happen, you're not going to make it in Africa. As a matter of fact, if you're not doing it in America, you don't need to come to Africa, because you'll probably fail. I know there are people who are trying it as they go. Some failed, go back, try to get more money if they went broke. Some got caught up in scams. Some put their money into projects that did not even make it to the duration. These are things that we are learning because we are ignorant, coming from America into a total different system. So I think that we need to keep it really 100 and realizing that we are totally at a disadvantage coming into the continent of Africa. We become immediately illiterate when stepping on the soil. You're not speaking the language of the people. You don't understand the culture of the people. You don't know the ways and the traditions. You are totally at a disadvantage. Matter of fact, if you're trying to come here and do it on your own, you're going to probably get scammed. If you don't know how to connect and be open and speak and build relationships, if you don't know how to navigate on your own, if you, which most people don't, most people gravitate to each other. That I see when they come to Africa, they bring that same dead weight over here when they find out where the African Americans at. It's because most people are so afraid to do or don't have the know-how to stand on their own 2 feet. And they come trying to find where most African Americans are so that they can lean on them for support or help. Now, there's nothing wrong with, finding those people who have gone through, those challenges where it makes it easy for yourself. But many people are so used for being dependent, not independent. This is my experience that I see time and time again here in Africa. In many countries, I'm 26 countries deep. And every time I come across those coming from the UK, those coming from Canada, those coming from America, and they're trying out Africa, many of them don't have the know-how because the Western system has always fed its people and kept them docile, kept them weak, dependent, being spoon-fed, giving these stimulus checks. I told a brother the other day, during COVID, America got stimulus checks. Y'all got nothing. You had to figure it out.
What does a country owe its citizens? I get what you're saying, but countries owe their citizens some form of something, right? Even in Alaska, they get dividends from the oil. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you that you got to be strong, but let's be real. Even in Africa, they get pension plans. They fight for their pension. So let's not act as if you're a
Nigerians
citizen.
They've been fighting for their pay at the airport. Come on now.
All that stuff. So citizens should be, let's not go with this free market.
Well, that's an opinion. I'm not talking about your opinion of how
No, it's not an opinion. No, it's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. It's a fact that citizens.
Let go Black finish. Go ahead, Black. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is this right here is that we cannot bring a Western mentality over into an African country and saying this is how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be taking this care of your citizens this way. You should be giving them Social Security. Says who?
But they're already doing that.
What?
The African countries are already doing it. It's just mismanaged.
Some are.
Yeah, Nigeria has a large support system in what you might call some welfare support systems. It's there. It's just not managed properly. You can't do things in Nigeria.
My whole point, I understand you, brother.
Go back to Africa.
I'm not talking about Africans. I'm talking about African Americans coming into Africa. You're not going to get none of those Social Securities. You're not going to get those whatever benefits they have unless you become a citizen. You might be able to reap some of that. I'm talking about brothers and sisters coming into a foreign land, trying to make it.
By the way, guess this though. By the way, the so-called social security that we depend on here, a lot of us are not going to get it. So pretty soon that's gonna be canceled. The way the US is going, that's gonna be canceled. Because they're gonna tell you that they cannot afford
Social
it.
Security. You can't survive off America's Social Security. You better have some other money besides Social Security.
Exactly.
That's not going to take care of you. That's just, and Social Security is not a retirement. They tell you that. Social Security is not a retirement.
But guess what? The opportunity that Africa can offer you, because we, particularly as Nigerians, God, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Forgive me. When you said that you got to tell them about the good and bad. When you go into American embassy to go and apply for American visa, do they tell you the bad part of this country? What they sell you is the good part of their country.
Yep.
Every good time. So it is your responsibility as Nigerian as any Australian, whatever it is you are coming from, to mind your business as you are coming into their country. So therefore, similar thing goes to anybody that's going to any part of the country. Be careful. When I was coming here, my dad warned us, be careful as you're going. Watch yourself. Don't mess up my name, right? Don't mess up my name. Be careful of what you do, right? So I mind my business. If you don't mind your business, if you don't know the layout, you have to study the layout of the country. It doesn't matter whether they look like you. Study. And you should really connect yourself from here, because Black American has the best opportunity because you have a lot of Africans around you. You can really study from here before you go. When I was coming, I don't know anybody. I was just thrown into the wolf. You are born in America. It's time for you to go. I promise you, I mind my business, because my father already said, if you commit a crime, I'm going to testify against you. Hell, I remember that every single time. That if I
remember the top parents.
You know that this man is going to do what he says he's going to do, right? So don't mess up my name. That name doesn't belong to you. Stuff like that. That's the best advice they just give you right there. So the similar thing. Right? Similar thing.
But madam, see, the problem is, say, look, one, we can't have that conversation because we have to understand that, unfortunately, Africa owes the diaspora a debt. The children that were taken from the mother have to come and reclaim some elements of that land. So we have, I know, so that's what I'm saying. We have to, look, we have to do these things carefully as a family. That's the problem sometimes. Like even me, when I go to Nigeria, that's why I fight the elders, because a lot of times these elders, they're not disrespecting you. They are not thinking, okay, tomorrow me I not go day here, me I go. When we all transition, now the youth now go remain. As they say, the way we make our bed, now so we go lie. So that's why I'm saying that we who are on the continent, we have to take a what Oyibo call empathetic. That's my big word of the day, empathy. We have to be empathetic when we're dealing with our African-American brothers and sisters and our brothers from the diaspora. We can't just say, oh, coming to Africa is harsh, be sure. No, because they've been, like you said, they've been here in this country that's told them lies, that's fed them rubbish, all kinds of things. So let's welcome them as smooth as we can. Let's build. I'm so happy that the brother is in Benin with a wife. He's there. He's in Benin. Benin City is not an easy city to just sit down there and chilling. No, you have to be a man. Again, so I'm happy for the guy.
What the brother mentioned, what he already noticed, there's no ambulance. That is a great business opportunity. So what is wrong with that? Right? Everywhere you go, you look around to see what you can do that fits what that brother is thinking about. Is a great opportunity.
Yeah, but RTC, the problem is, say again, I agree, it's a great opportunity. That's why the Chinese, the symbol for danger and opportunity are the same, right? In Chinese. Here's the problem. Realistically, like I said, if the brother wants to do it, I'm sure he knows. When you want to open up a business in Nigeria, right? There's so many things that you have to get taken care of. Even just to put an advertisement, that's your banner. You have to pay. You can't just put your banner on front of the building. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, some people don't know that, right? So we got to walk them through. Now, if he's saying he's going to open up ambulance business, the roads have to be available for him to do that, or he has to make some sort of mix it, right? He can, yeah, go ahead.
He's going to have to manage whatever road they got.
Yes.
And unfortunately, that ain't much road.
They can't look at this.
But that's what I'm saying. But RTC, the last time I went to
water, are they driving on water?
Yes, look, when I went to my village, my village is in Delta State. Wait, look, there's in front of University of Benin, I'm sure he knows, it was raining. When the rain falls, it's a swimming pool in front of University of Benin.
You can swim in that damn rain, bro.
It's inside the water. And this is what Adam Oshiomhole said he fixed. So how do you expect this guy to take his money and sink it into a capital project like ambulance investment? He's gonna lose.
So take a look at this.
We gotta fix the roads first.
Hold on. It's just the issue I have with gassing up, and Jonathan is saying, I don't see the Chinese and other groups of people complaining about the roads. They go, they bring their projects, they make it happen.
Exactly.
I don't see other
complaining.
the Chinese are backed by the government of the Chinese.
It doesn't matter though.
There's a big difference. We're talking about independent people
where's
versus people that's backed by the
I
CCP.
thought black folks had $1 trillion spending power in America. I thought we.
Well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that. Yeah, that's bullshit.
Okay.
It's a struggle.
The brother says it's in Nigeria, it's in Benin right now, right? You are there right now.
Yes, ma'am.
This concern that you have, right? I'm sure you and your wife has discussed this. That this is a concern, right?
What?
I'm saying it's a business opportunity, right? If you feel, take a look at this, right? If you feel that driving your car, investing in a car, investing in a van is too much, invest in a bike, right? Let the people know that you have a bike that can carry somebody to the hospital in case of emergency, right? If the bike is too expensive, like in Africa, we have this thing that the market people use, they use it to carry cement. Use that.
Like the wheelbarrow.
Take a look, wheelbarrow, that's it. I'm telling you, this discussion that I'm about to say to you, don't let this go, regardless of what the roadblock looks like, right? Do not let this one go. Go to the city council. Go to the elders. Talk to all the neighbors, right? Start fixing the road. My father did it. Maybe this is your cross to bear. You do it, right?
Hey, Jonathan, check the back chat.
Exactly.
Jonathan, check the back chat.
We're gonna have to stop saying it is too much. If it's too much, then go live your life. At some point, you wither away and die. And then you will remember these days that time when I remember that thought that came to your mind at that ambulance. If you don't take this opportunity to do it, I promise you somebody else is going to do it. And they will do it successfully, and they will do it. There is already ambulance in Nigeria. It's in Lagos. You understand? Go ahead, find out who those people are, connect with them. If the ambulance cannot go on the water, go and get a jet. You have enough people. If you put this information out, that they will help you. This is your vision. You just didn't realize it yet. Go ahead and realize it. Your wife.
You're right.
The truth is that Nigeria is developing
rapidly.
Steadily. There are some parts in that region. There was a bit of an issue with the train line. I saw a train line in a place that is supposed to be a village. That actually the train station looks actually better than the one I have here in the UK. So it tells you that there's development going on. It's not done yet. It's almost like, when somebody was saying something about Pan-Africanism not being successful and all the rest, because it's not done yet. When Zionism was doing its work in the 1940s, in the 1930s, people were like, rubbish. But now look at the work they've done. Without Zionism, Israel wouldn't exist. When people are doing the right thing, don't discourage them.
Rome was not built in a day, right? It took them 500 to 1,000 years of stealing African to build it.
I just want to be clear. I'm not shaming Nigeria or any part of Africa, but I'm just saying that
no, you didn't shame it.
It's unreasonable to expect African Americans to just simply come over to Africa like it could be done that way. Dynas, I know you got your passport. Did you get your passport before you went to Nigeria, or you got it afterwards?
Okay, but Jonathan, which country can you just step foot in and get residency and a passport?
No,
I don't understand you. What's your point?
The point is this: when you're telling people in America that you complain about America, just go to Africa or something like that.
Right.
You can't do it that way. First, you got your passport. I ain't gonna talk about Nigeria. You got your passport to what is that? Sierra Leone. You got that through DNA, correct?
And Nigeria.
You got your passport to Sierra Leone through DNA, correct?
Correct.
So the people that don't have that DNA, they can't get it, right?
They could go to Sierra Leone. They could get they could get residency, and then they can apply for a passport. And
he's confusing passport and citizenship.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, dude, Jonathan, whatever country you go to,
You can't get a passport without citizenship. There's no confusion there.
Hold on, one mic, Jonathan.
No, you asked him about his DNA test. That's for citizenship in Sierra
I'm talking
Leone.
about.
That's
I'm
not
talking about. Wait. But I want to be clear though. You're making it sound like when you get residency in a particular country, that because of your residency, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. That's not the case. When you apply for residency in a place like Kenya, for example, they're going to ask you, what do you want to stay there for? What's your reason for coming? You can't say there, oh, I'm here because I want to get a job. I'm going to start my life over.
Jonathan,
come on now.
That's every country on the planet. When people come to America, they can't just show up. Unless they show up illegally, then they can get deported. That's
because we're having two different conversations than what this brother is having. When we speak about Pan-Africanism, we're not talking about living life as a citizen. We're talking about something completely out of your frame of reference that's just completely beyond you. People that talk about Pan-Africanism and speak from a Pan-Africanist perspective, that's a goal. That's something to achieve. That's something that's perpetual, that never stops ever. It's a builder's mindset.
One mic. Okay, Jonathan, I'm trying to figure out what's your point? Like I'm confused, Jonathan. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you now. Go ahead. I still don't understand what point you're trying to make.
In the beginning of this conversation, right? In the very beginning, you and the lady, she got on, she was kind of been disrespectful, unfortunately. But she was making an argument about Black Americans not going to Africa, reasons why they didn't want to go or something like that. In a lot of ways, there are people in America, when they listen to this channel, they probably feel like, oh, you know what? You're shaming people for not wanting to go to Africa, as if, going to Africa is like a must or some kind of thing.
I'm not
and it's not.
No, Jonathan,
but not specifically you. Not you.
Jonathan, this is the point I'm trying to make. You have a certain group of Black people who have been complaining for the past 400, 500 years here in America, how they're not treated as American. So to me, I'm like, okay, well, how about seek other opportunities outside of America? And I'm to the point now, if you're not willing to seek other opportunities in America, but you're gonna still complain here in America, like ever since we were brought over here, your whole legacy and DNA and generations have been complaining for the past 500 years. How about seek other opportunities outside of America? And I'm to the point now, just shut up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about the prison, the school pipeline, and the lack of the racist cops and the what's the other one? The racial wealth gap. I don't want to hear it no more. You've been complaining about the same shit for 500 years. So
I agree. I don't want to hear about it either.
How about you seek?
But what I am willing to say is that I could wake up and I can tell people to leave America, come on over to any part of Africa for the most part. And when they didn't have whatever they were complaining about in America, it's going to become a whole new complaint.
Well, listen, I just want to put
we're not talking about paradise.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Go ahead.
No, but Jonathan, the point is when you bring up, yes, Jonathan, if you leave a country to go to another country, if you plan on staying there outside of your tourist visa, you have to apply for residency. What's so wrong with that? And yes, they're gonna want to know what you're doing. So for example, in Senegal, I have residency. I started a business in Senegal. My tour company is registered in Senegal, and I applied for residency, and I got my residency.
Dynast, you're a one gifted brother.
So I don't understand.
But Dynast, you are one gifted brother. You got to separate yourself. Unfortunately, because that's not the masses of Black people in America.
Well, he's right about
that, right?
But Jonathan, here's the thing I think we're missing. When we talk about entrepreneurship, which we definitely need, right? The entrepreneur is culture hero, right? If we go according to Belasco. The problem though is this. We can't act as if entrepreneurship without state intervention is not what created the West, the development that we see in the West, right? So what do I mean by that? Without the building of proper roads, right? So, for example, you look at the New Deal and you look at state intervention in terms of roads, in terms of enforcing things like a minimum wage and stuff like that. Without state intervention, the benefits of so-called market capitalism, no one would be able to see it. Workers died. They gave up their blood, right? They had to lobby the state in order for that to happen. So effectively, as Philip talked about this, we're going to need to Benin is going to have to be able to raise bonds, right? State, local bonds for that type of development of roads so that this brother can create a stable ambulance business. In the meantime, as Auntie was saying, he might just have to bootstrap it and get a wheelbarrow with an IV tube. And hey, listen, we're going to pick you up and take you from Ikpakpo Street all the way down to this street, $5. And that's just what we're going to have to do. You pay with the POS right there, right? In the meantime, but let's be real, that's not a long-term sustainable business that's going to employ thousands or hundreds of people. Or when he builds his business, he can now start extending employment opportunities.
I disagree because if you read the stories of even here in America, from Amazon to my company, Fortune 500 company I used to work for, called Centos. Them folks started in their backyard or in their kitchen or in their garage.
That's America, though.
Yeah, but again,
them roads are completely different from Nigeria.
I agree.
And
but what I'm saying
is different from Benin, bro.
Dangote didn't
you ain't
start.
riding a bike in the rain out here.
Dangote didn't start Dangote. But Auntie, listen, Dangote didn't start Dangote in the backyard. His uncle was at one point the richest man in Nigeria or the richest man in northern Nigeria, right? So let's be clear. When we're in Africa, especially in Africa, if you are not tied into the state, most of the wealthiest people in Africa, to a certain degree, are tied into the state.
But
right?
guess
So
what? Dangote has a vision. You guys are calling Dangote today.
He had a vision with billions of dollars already. He was good.
If he wasted that money, it would not have mattered. He has a vision. He made proper use of that money. So forget about it. Every single one of you right here are Dangote in your own right. If the brother takes the vision, that is a great opportunity. Run with it.
Actually, I'm not very sympathetic to people that just like to complain. I really am not. I don't understand why we entertain them. We don't expect everybody to just see. Hold on. We don't expect everybody to just follow the same path. Some people are always going to go ahead first. Those ones that are willing to do this, so do it. Some people will complain, like the Jabari tribe, they will join later on. That's what they are going to do. So the idea behind it is that if African Americans want to work with the continent, it's better for the African American community just as it's good for the continent. It has to happen that way. There is no other way to do it. So all these people complaining, they are making excuses for inaction. Any man, see, no, he's complaining, all right. He's talking about
he lives in Benin. How is he complaining?
He's talking about ambulance. See, he's talking about ambulance. He's saying people should not come to Africa because they don't have ambulances.
He never said that. He never.
You were not here. You were not here. How can you know, bro?
Hold on. I'm about to make something clear because y'all misinterpreting the hell out of what I said.
He said to vilify African Americans. I was listening. He said to vilify African Americans.
You were not listening well enough.
Listen to Niger because you think you hear everything. He said, and correct me if I'm wrong, brother. He said to vilify African Americans who don't want to come to the continent because there's a drop in social services is wrong. And that's what he was hearing.
No, that's not what he was saying. No.
That's 100% what the hell I said. I wouldn't be in Nigeria at the moment if I hated it so damn much. But I ain't saying it ain't for everybody.
One mic.
It's not for everybody.
What I'm saying,
twisted it in the end. That's not what he said.
What mic? I'm gonna pass to you.
Let me say something quick.
Let me say this. I'm gonna pass to you. The point
we agree. It's not for everybody.
Right, but what I'm trying to say, the amount of complaint, it's to the point now it's complaining. The amount of complaining Black people have been doing here in America, all I am saying is seek other options outside of America. And if you're not willing to do that, then just shut up. Because And you're not gonna fight. You're not gonna rise up. You're not gonna take on the white man. You're not gonna do none of that. You're just gonna sit and complain. That's all.
Exactly.
So, but go ahead.
And it's almost a wasted life, really. See,
no,
can I just say
we do
something
gotta
without
admit
anybody
though.
trying to stop
We
me?
admit one
Everybody
thing.
goes on and on
Whether
and
it's
on.
FBA, ADOS, I don't understand all of that crap anyway. But I ain't gonna call it crap. My bad, y'all. But admit that they are doing something.
They're not doing anything.
They're doing something. If they're not doing anything, then the Pan-African movement isn't doing anything. Everyone, what I don't want is FBA, Pan-African, ADOS to be knocking each other. It's stupid.
Wisdom never sleeps.
Why you can all work together or something.
Wisdom never sleeps.
Can't FBA, ADOS, and UDynast work
too
together?
much banter. And Brother Jonathan got a lot of learning.
Well, Mike, wisdom never sleeps. Go ahead.
Don't think of it as argument. Don't think of it as fighting.
Wisdom never sleeps. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me address a couple of things real quick. One, when you say somebody's bashing you because they question you, that's already crazy. You're in emotions. When somebody has to question everything about everything you talk about, that's not bashing. They're trying to get clarity or find out what is your real reason and or excuse to question you. So most people in ADOS and FBA and all this, they think people are bashing them, and they're the one get really bullying and get the attitude and cursing everybody out. If you listen to them, they're the ones with the stronger language when they're talking. Now, let me address something that even Gassamup brought up about he don't want to call it bribery and all this stuff. I've been a licensed driver for nearly 50 years right here in the United States. And most of you may not ever know this, but when you originally get stopped by the police for speeding or anything, you could pay those officers right there on the road. Later on, the courts said, we're not getting money for speeding tickets, maybe not the reporting everything. And the only way you went to court if you didn't have money to pay the ticket. Then the court says we need to add cost to so we can also make money. So now when you get a ticket, you'll see the speeding ticket and the court cost. You can still prepay before to go to court, but it's more money involved. But let me be clear. Africa is young doing what they do, but you paid cash right there on the street to the patrolman. You paid cash on a lot of things that you never had to face court for. You had bribery. A lot of people talk about bribery, but you paid just like for information informants. These things in the movie are real stuff that still happens today. So it's not about people
I didn't know
being
that, Elder. I
bribed.
appreciate you telling me that. Thank you very much.
That's what I wanted to come on and let y'all know this. I drove it many times, and you could pay right there long before there was courts involved. You paid just like they're doing now in young Africa.
That's phenomenal. I had no idea that happened.
Do you also know that there's something where if you're driving, a police officer stop you, they can confiscate if you have money in your persons. If they say that they don't know where you get that money from, they can confiscate that money, and you now have to start fighting. Or they have to say they think that money belongs to some kind of illegal activities, right? So many people, right? You go. There was a Nigerian lady that was going to Nigeria to build a hospital. She has $40,000 in her hands. She got to the airport. They said, "What do you have?" She let them know what she has. They took the money. They asked her, "Do you have a receipt to show where?" And she showed them because she was an RN. She showed them all her receipt. Do you know? After she has to go and get a lawyer. What do you call that, though? She has to go and get a lawyer. Now they say, "We will give you your money back, but you have to give us the cost for us taking your money." What is that? It's not bribery. Okay, take a look at this. If the police officer come to your house and they say there is a known drug dealer, a known criminal here, as such, we're going to confiscate your house in this United States. You all know what the price of home is. You know what a black person has to do in order for them to own a home. For them to then now lose everything because one of their family is supposedly has and there is no legal recourse. Think about all of this when you start saying Nigeria is the most corrupt in the world. As by whose definition?
Yeah, let me say one thing.
And I just got the information. Let me just say this. Can I just say something, please? Can I just say something?
I'm gonna be finished with this one thing. This is the question, nephew Don. I want you to start asking people to then they come on going back and forth about all this stuff with Africa and the SBA. Just ask them, when are they going to bend the knee to the white man here in America? Because all that stuff you say you hate, you don't like, but you don't want to go over here, you don't want to go there, you don't do nothing. Just ask them, when are you going to bend your knee and submit and stop everything else? Say, yes, boss, yes, boss, I give up. I'm going to do what you say. I'm going to stay in my corner. I'll receive my little handouts you give me because I don't want nothing else. Bend the knee. When will you bend the knee and stop all the rest of it?
That doesn't change when you go to Africa.
Like you want to be a man. So yeah, and Jonathan, I just went back and reviewed the video. You said it clearly that because this living standard is going to drop, you shouldn't encourage African Americans to come to the continent. That is exactly what you said. And I don't like when people are shifting, they're shuffling everywhere, pretending as if that's not what you are saying. And I don't subscribe to that. I really, because I've had a lot of Nigerians do this. The other day I was talking to a Nigerian that was saying we should invite the Europeans back so that they can come and teach.
What?
This childish thinking is I can't stand them. If you cannot be a man, get out of the way, because in the end you're still going to perish like every one of us. Look at all the other people you like to go and scrounge on their prosperity. They've worked hard for it. Where is yours? What have you got to show for it? Your children, what is going to be their future? Because their system, they don't have any decision. They can't decide anything for themselves, because wisdom never sleeps. Just said it just now. Just go and surrender. If you don't want to do your own, surrender. And you know the shame of it all. You had much more than any all the other groups in the world. You had more advantage from the get-go, and you sit here complaining when a Filipino man that is barely 5 foot tall can figure their way out of difficulties. To be fair, you will always have people like this. The point is that the ones that mean to do the right thing, people like Dynas, this in Brandon, and a lot of people that are silently doing it. We have to do the right thing. We set the path, and people like this, they will follow. They are not the ones that are going to govern us. That's why you have leaders. Leaders are the ones that are willing to make the necessary sacrifices. To be a leader, to change things, you have to be ready to face difficulties. Because in the end, the ones that are not ready to do that, that's why they follow. If you want to be a follower, fine. You're allowed to follow. But don't pretend as if you are talking with some kind of this insanity here. Because it's a shameful life. Really, I woke up to that life too. In the end, it doesn't benefit you in any way, because your whole line, you don't control anything. The genetic flow, you don't control it. Whenever they like, and this is historical truth. Whenever you see progress, you saw how they removed abortion law very quickly. If you think this wall is going to remain the same forever, you are daydreaming. They are already talking about the Eurasian continent. When China is trying to build a Belt and Road initiative that they are trying to do, they are trying to bring the whole Asia and Europe together. If that happens, and Africans and African Americans are still messing about, thinking about, oh, this one is ADOS and FBA, who do you think they're going to be dining on? That is a new Berlin conference being forged right before our eyes. If it settles, we are going to be in serious trouble. And this type of attitude, I can't just subscribe to it at all, because this is how, if you look at history, it's so annoying to hear this kind of nonsense. Because during the time when they were having the Berlin conference, Africans were there. They were there. We had kings. They were there sleeping. They didn't know what was happening to them, just like we are doing today.
They probably don't even understand what they were saying. They probably don't even understand the language. In other words, they sold.
That's what I'm saying.
They probably thought people get
without our knowledge, excuse me.
Bottles and gin and all. They thought things were going to get better. They didn't know that because they were failing to do the hard work, they were seeing Europeans bringing ships to their continent. They never bothered to learn how to make those ships. They were seeing them bring guns. They never bothered to learn how to make those guns. They didn't want to do the hard work. In other words, like you are doing today. You expect to go to another man's country and reap their reward. Yeah, right. good luck with that one. They will eat you for lunch.
Can I add on real quick?
Yes.
In general, I just want to thank you, sis. Shout out to brother Amir for even having this and this kind of conversation. But it just needs to be kind of cleared out for a lot of my people here in the United States. They just don't seem to understand the different areas of interest of what we're actually talking about, and this is where a lot of the confusion comes from, and then cursing happens and confusion happens, chaos happens because people are having 5 or 6 different conversations at the same time, not really knowing what's being talked about and targeted when each people is saying what they're saying, and not knowing where it's coming from. For starters, when we're talking about Pan-Africanism, that does not mean, hey, every black person everywhere in the world, let's all go back to Africa now. That's not how that works. And then when we get there, it's going to be paradise just automatically because we've been taken and now we have this romanticized idea, and it's a whole lot of mess that goes on. So first thing that happened automatically before you get on a panel and talk is there has to be extensive listening first. You cannot speak on Pan-Africanism if you have not listened to the leading Pan-Africanists and the history of it and understand the historical context. So that's just right off the rip. Don't even talk if you never took the time to study. Who are the Pan-Africanists who started this? You know what I'm saying? And y'all don't even seem to understand really a lot of things. I'm not even gonna go into all of it. The bottom line is when we're talking about Pan-Africanism, in general, we're talking about a perpetual goal. All right. That means
what's the goal?
No matter the goal is the bottom line of the goal is raising the value of life for African people everywhere we are, whether we choose to stay outside of Africa or go back to Africa. We're coming from a mind state of independence. You'll learn something like that when you read the Willie Lynch letters, when you read so many other things. It's the same. All intelligence points to Pan-Africanism if you're a black person anywhere in the world. There's no way around it. It is the point at the tip of the pyramid, no matter what your ideology is personally, of your individual self, it all leads back to Pan-Africanism. That is the umbrella that covers all of your various ideologies. Your ideology does not matter in the conversation of Pan-Africanism. What nation you come from does not matter in the conversation of Pan-Africanism. Your tribe, nothing, not what you look like, none of that matters. Your name, none of that. Okay? When we're talking about Pan-Africanism, all we're talking about is raising the value of life for Africans all over the planet of Earth. Period. That's it. So, and with us having an independent mind state, whatever there's lacking wherever we want to be, whether that's Britain, India, Nigeria, America, whatever we're lacking as a group in those places where we reside, it is our responsibility to organize different groups to tackle different problems.
Exactly.
Period. So when you're talking about Jeff Bezos or whoever other individual white man y'all talking about, they are 400 years in the game of their development of white Europeanism, Pan-Europeanism. You understand? They 400 years deep in that, 500 years deep in that. So they can have an individual like Jeff Bezos or whoever sit back in his armchair, sipping his whiskey and talking about what he's doing by himself. They have already done the work as a group to get to this point. They have already marched around the world as a group, killing everybody and telling everybody what they were going to do and did it. You understand? That's the point that we're at now. We've come out of slavery. We've come out of colonialism, and we're at ground zero. And we have to galvanize ourselves as a group and then have our march around the world and tell everybody what we're going to do. You understand? So when you're looking around at these quote unquote amenities and you're seeing power lines running every which way you can look, and you're looking at roads in every direction of which way you can look, you're looking at hundreds of years of pre-planning, which was the slavery process, the war process, and all of that. Who gave them the right to put the power lines in the ground? Who gave them the right to put the power lines standing up around you, and the Wi-Fi and all of these towers and things that you're using, and the water lines? Who gave them control to say that they were going to do that in the first place? That's the point we're at. Y'all are jumping the gun because you don't even understand how this works. So when you're talking too much about I and they and them. There's no I and they and me in Pan-Africanism. It's always us. If Nigeria does not have good ambulance system, we have not put it there yet. That's why it's not there, because we have not put it there. Not they haven't put it there. That's we don't even have that kind of conversation. So instead of me bashing you, shooting you down, telling you a fool, and telling you you're crazy, and all of this different type of stuff we do back and forth with each other, I would just suggest go listen to, just for starters, go just start with Frederick Douglass, then look at Booker T. Washington, then look at Marcus Garvey and all the Pan-Africanists, because there's steps to this to even get to the point to even have this conversation.
And some of the accomplishments of Pan-Africanism, just to give a context of some of the accomplishments of
real quick, let me finish this.
Okay, go ahead.
I hear you, brother. Let me finish one time. When we start talking about FBA and ADOS and our individual group here in the United States, that is nothing more than us establishing our national identity, period. Just like in Senegal, they have a national identity of their flag, the specific land that they govern, and all of those type of things that are unique to Senegal. Yes. When we talking about FBA, that should be the end of the conversation right there. We're only talking about these Black people that have had this peculiar experience in this place, and whatever their fate is in this particular place. But that does not take you out of Pan-Africanism, because you're trying to establish your national identity. Yes. You understand? Those do not have to happen separately. They can happen at the same time. You had a whole movement of the entire African continent where they were all having their revolutionary movements and forming their nations at the same time as we was having the civil rights movement starting back in the 50s and 60s. Okay, but it didn't change. It does not take away from Pan-Africanism. Part of their ability to get the independence that they got was because they were Pan-Africanists, and people were allying with each other and agreeing not to succumb and conform to anything that was keeping them oppressed as a group, because everything that's happening to us is happening to all of us as a group. So again, we're just at the stage with us in the United States that we need to establish our independence, and your whole mind needs to be rearranged around independence. Everything you use, if it is not produced by you and your people, you are behind. You are and you looking at these clothes you wear and these amenities you use, you looking at it like it's yours. You are fooling yourself. It's not yours. Your slave master gave it to you, and you're just leaning on it, which means Black Americans who think that way are the fattest, most comfortable slaves on the entire planet, because they don't even realize they still sucking on the white man's titty, because they don't do things for themselves yet. You understand? And this is me as a Black American person. So I'm not saying this like I'm talking down to my own people. I'm saying it from the completely wrong angle to begin with. So start there, work your way back to this conversation, but there's a whole lot more learning and context that you need before you can have this conversation, brother. And that's not just for brother Jonathan. I'm not trying to single him out. That's for all of us.
As a Pan-Africanist, do you support ADOS and FBA?
Yes.
I honestly think that the ADOS movement and the FBA movement are heavily COINTELPRO influenced. They're heavily COINTELPRO influenced.
What does that mean?
I don't trust none of that. I don't like none of that, because anytime, if you look at the history of Black American people, anytime we start talking about Pan-Africanism, anytime we start talking about nationalism and how we're African people, the first thing that comes out is 1,000 different groups from every angle talking about we're not African, we're Native Americans. First, we're not African, we're whatever y'all come up with. It's because we didn't come up with it. We did not come up with that. Some devil somewhere else came up with that, injected it into our conversations. Some people picked it up, ran with it, and now you got Black people talking the talking points of their own demise. So I don't trust ADOS or FBLA. I get the basic foundational premise of, okay, we need a national identity for these
Do
black
you
people here,
support the
cool. But
basic
once you get into
foundation?
all of that, we're not Africans, leave Africa over there, that's some nonsense. That is not the thinking of black people, real conscious black people. That is not the thinking of black power. That is the thinking of white power influencing black power. You understand?
Exactly.
So I don't even deal with
I
none
think
of that. If it's not coming out
can
the
I just add
grassroots,
some? Can I just
I
add
don't
something
like
to this, Keto? Keto, can I just add something? I think the part of
Sure.
ADOS and FBA that I have an issue with is the part that they want to fight other black people. Everybody will support you if you want to, your nationhood or your ethnic group, and no, there's nothing wrong with that. You have a right to, because your forefathers, 400 years have been on that land, so you have a right, just as the Europeans do. But when they start attacking other Africans, now that is where you are trying to fracture the family. Yeah, I think your speaker is having some issues. But in terms of the accomplishments of
here you go.
Pan-African movement, in terms of the movement, there are some things on the continent right now that Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Kwame Nkrumah, they will kill to have. There's the Continental Free Trade Agreement. There is the African Standby Force that are putting together. There's the Pan-African Parliament. They've actually passed a rule in the African Union for the 6th region, in other words, recognizing the diaspora as part of the continent. And there is the African airspace program. They even have an African space program now. So there's a lot of things that have been accomplished silently that most people don't notice. But, you need to until you see the end result. I don't blame them in a way. Until you see the end result, nobody ever takes it seriously until the results start showing up. I always use this Black Panther, analogy with that, like the Jabari tribe. When they invited them to come and fight, they refused until when the war started. That's when they joined the movement. There are so many people that will feel like, oh, it's a waste of time. But when they start seeing the result, they will be the first to start taking off and joining and investing and all the rest of it. And what I would say to the ones that are actually doing the right thing right now, they should take heart from that. They are the tip of the spear. They are the ones that are going to define the future, basically. If you want to live a life of actual meaning, because you can choose. Either you choose to just live and go, or you live and leave something behind for your children. Because, like I said, if you are within some other person's system, your future is not guaranteed. They can tell you that you have to procreate with a dog tomorrow. You will procreate with a dog. There is nothing that they cannot control of you, and it's been proven. So you cannot outsource your survival to any other group other than your own. And if you have an opportunity to take control of yourself,
do it.
It's madness to opt for anything else.
Guess what, brother? Take a look at this. Was it not? I'm sure everybody on this platform have heard of the Biden administration saying that they want to cancel a gas stove. Why would you want to cancel gas stove? So we as a nation, we literally, that means we're talking about we don't even have any power as a citizen, as a people that live in this country, to live our lives the way we want to. So think about that. I want the brother that suggests this thing, Jonathan, to truly think about what it is that I'm about to say, right? You're talking about over 350 million people in the country. They're going to cancel gas stove. We're going to be using electric, right? Everybody remember what happened in Texas. Was it last year when the light went out, right? The people that have a gas stove, they can still cook. They can still warm their home, right? What happened in Mississippi, right? What are you talking about? Well, why is it that the government can have a control over the entire people like that? Is that really freedom? That they can turn it off and turn it on? Whereas if you are in Nigeria right now, some people have electric, I'm sure. Some people have gas. Some people have stove. Some people can cook the way they want to cook. By the way, when you are suggesting all this modern convenience, when you have a situation where the government have the right to turn off your water, versus you going out, taking your own well, if they want, they can put whatever they want in the water. In this country, you can find antibiotics in the water. You can find the diabetes medication in the water. You name it, it's in the water, including fluoride. Right? Think about all the things that we can't even pronounce their name that is in the water. Where is the freedom and the convenience that you're talking about in this country? Look at what people in Mississippi are going through. Their water is still dirty and nasty. For the most part, for the longest time, people on this platform always make fun of how Africans, they don't have water, they only have well. Those people that have well, they're drinking better water than you do. What are you talking about? What Africa allows you is the ability to live your life the way you want to live it on your own time. Leave the government. There are things that the government needs to do. I don't want government to do everything. Things like road, definitely. But if the government won't build the road, you go and do it. The man in any society has to rise up and take care of what men business does. That warrior spirit, go ahead and find it and wake up. And we have to start thinking 7th, 8th, 10th generation into the future. You can't afford to become, don't get too comfortable.
Exactly.
In fact, I would suggest if you're sleeping on your bed, start sleeping on the floor. You understand?
That's funny. That reminds me of someone.
If you have light, turn it off. Because in this country, remember, they will start turning off their lights. We just got this juice that they're forcing everybody to get. The majority of Black people that got it is not because they want to get it. It's because they don't have any choice, or they think they don't have any choice, or they refuse to stand up like men or like women. This father, we know the history of this country. For as long as we don't stand up for something, we are going to always fall for anything.
Exactly.
Listen, that's a business idea. The ambulance thing is a business idea. I promise you. If you really want to take it up, you're onto something. Don't give it up.
Also, I believe that when you really listen to a lot of the opposition to Africa or any secondary thing, is that they don't still want ownership of their freedom and their life and what happens to them. So they're secure here with the handouts and the safety nets and the conveniences that they never own, and they have to change as they change. So when one was talking about generators and all that, if you don't have one soon, you won't have power or anything else. You don't have solar panels. They're already talking about it, World Health Organization, that when the grid go down, it's going to look like C-19 time was just a plaything. They're openly telling you what they're going to do.
Exactly.
So you're going to look like you in third world Africa. If that's what you think, you're going to be worse off here because you have no ownership to anything. You have no friends to anything. So you can't go to your neighbors because you're not neighborly yourself. So that's what's going to happen. Your families are so broken, you can't even call on family when you out there when this stuff really goes down, because they'll control you by that. They'll put you in their camps. They'll put you where they want you to go. Why? Because you have no backup plan. You didn't want to own anything. You didn't want to buy any solar panels. You didn't want to buy any candles. You didn't want to do anything. You didn't want to store any food because going out to eat makes you feel better. But it's coming to a door near you. And then Africa is going to look like a great place.
And they already start saying it, right? They're saying it. They say they're gonna have a rolling blackout. They're gonna have this. They're preparing you. They're preparing you. And that preparation, they already know that us Black people are not going to take it up because we think that this country loves us so much, even though we know they hate our guts. right? So we think they're not going to do it because, after all, they have white people. They wouldn't do that to white people. Shit, they would do that to their mother.
Yeah, and not only that, the gas stove thing is because gas, whether it's propane or natural, is not on a grid that they can flip a switch to turn off. That's why they're trying to eliminate certain things.
The gas,
I think
can
they will,
flip off the gas
overcome
by
that
hitting the switch.
eventually. They will overcome that eventually. They always have problems now and again, and they will overcome it. Question is, where are we going to be when they are busy overcoming all these things? We shouldn't preoccupy ourselves with what they are doing. We should be preoccupying ourselves with what we are doing for. I think that if not for some of the movement of Pan-Africanism, our state would have been far worse. I'm saying this because if I was the man on the other side, man, what I would do to Africans and black people, my God, you guys will not be standing today. I'm telling you. So it tells you that a lot of people have done a lot of hard work to keep the continent standing and to keep the African American community and the diaspora as big as it is. How can a people without nuclear weapons, no space program, nothing, just keep standing over almost 1 billion strong without anything? How does that happen? Because a lot of people are doing good work out there. Because if I was the one on the other side, my goodness, I would be like, they don't have anything. I will rip them to pieces. But they are doing
May I add something real quick? I just want to shout out the room. Everybody's making great contributions. I want to thank y'all so very much. The whole Stein is, bro, I can't thank you enough. The work you've been doing for so long.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
The conversations we've been having. I mean, some days, bro, I'd be like on this thing for 2 hours just listening. I'm telling you, man, it's so addictive. Because I think for a lot of us who call in, most of us want to see change. Most of us, are looking for a part to play in this, in this mindset we're building and pushing upon. I've been listening a lot to the conversation today, but I also think that maybe we're being a little too hard on Brother Jonathan. I as a kid used to go to Benin City, so I know what he's talking about. Tunaja, probably knows better because he's from Benin himself. But I grew up in Lagos mostly, but went to school here and all that shit. Excuse me, Mr. Byron, I'm so sorry for using that word around you.
That's all right.
Yeah, well, I mean, we still gotta always respect our elders. So whenever we are in the midst of our elders, this is what we are taught. So we should always remember that. So I apologize on that.
Don't let Missy Barr fool you. She be cussing like a baby.
I have heard her. You know what I'm saying? But still,
that's that truck driver in me. That's that truck driver in me.
But still, but still, yeah. Well, she's earned the right in front of us. So you know what I'm saying? She has earned the right, but
do we lose him? Aesop, you there? I
think it drops off.
Yeah. Go ahead, Con.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead. We hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, better. All right. I think also perhaps maybe the way Brother Jonathan tried to explain his experience. I think I get where he's coming from, but I think maybe he's just not quite articulating the way I think. And also, perhaps he's been listening a lot to this FBA ADOS idiots, because that's what they are. They're a hate group, brother. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be around people that are advocating for African Americans who are descendants of Americans and enslaved Africans, you want nothing to do with those people because they're a hate group from start. ADOS was started by John Tanton, a white supremacist who wanted to build a white national ethno state. That's the very beginning of ADOS. The very first day the ADOS 101 website came up, we found out everything they did. Right, we got screenshots, brother. We got documented archive of what that movement is. They're not a movement for reparations. They're not a movement for African Americans. They're using that as a front to push their xenophobic white nation statehood. They're using reparations and black people as the face of it. You know what I'm saying? From the very beginning of it, we were there the very first day ADOS 101 went up, right? Then they came back 48 hours later and they changed the whole website because they found that people were going through the website looking at at what the organization was about, the people that were involved in the organization, and they started removing people and things and literally reworded the whole website 48 hours later, because when we found out what it was, we were pushing back. If you notice, she spent our first 2 years specifically attacking Africans for no fucking reason. I'm like, if you're reparations or organizations, right? Why aren't you talking to the people who've been on the ground before you, taking the baton from them, taking what they've learned, build upon that? Because they wanted it to be about them and their mission. John Tanton was the founder of ADOS, because Yvette Cornell sits on the board of FAR and PFIR, which are white nationalist organization. Yvette Cornell sits on their board as an advisory member of PFIR, which is Progressive for Immigration Reform. They just use the word to make it seem like they're actually progressive, but they're not progressive. Now, FBA was founded by Tariq Nasheed because he was trying to get into ADOS because he wanted to take it over. When Yvette and Tone Talk were not going to allow him to come into the organization and take, because that's what he always does. He wants to come in and turn it around and make him be the head of it. But Yvette, being a strong-headed person, saw what he was trying to do. And they wanted to, the very first conference they had in Kentucky, forgot this reverend, his name right now, but he was the one that organized it first and gave them the conference to have that conference, right? They invited Tariq to come, and they gave him a specific duty in the organization, which was to be the media person, because it understood he knows about the media, because he does all this documentaries and all that stuff. Guess what? We're gonna make you be in charge of the media and all that shit. But he didn't like that because he wanted to be in charge and in control. And literally 2 weeks later, FBA was founded. Now we know FBA is a trademark entity because we have the records of this. FBA is a trademark entity. So if you were to make a T-shirt right now that says FBA, selling it on your website, he could literally give you a cease and desist order because he owns the trademark, same as ADOS. In fact, right now, Michi X owns that because he didn't do his due diligence to complete the process to re-register it. So Michi X did a search, and she was able to actually take the trademark from him. Now, if you're saying that you want to be a part of an organization, a movement that specifically deals with people, African Americans who are descendants of Americans and enslaved Africans, you wouldn't get no pushback from anybody, because everybody here right now will tell you we all support it. We had no problems with it at all. But FBA and ADOS and the new one, Friedman, their specific agenda was to create division amongst us for 6 years, bro. That's all they've ever done. From the very foundation, even the very foundation of ADOS, all their work was plagiarized by Dr. Jared Bell, Sandy Darity. This is the work they literally just lifted to create their own thing. In fact, it got so bad that Jared Ball, who was the person that came up with the whole idea that African Americans don't have any money, was called the myth of black wealth. That was his whole ideology that Tone Talk took and ran with it, and makes him as if he was the one that came up with that. Because he's also a shady person who duped what was the guy from the West Coast, the great drug lord who went to prison for a long time and came back out?
Rick Ross.
Yes, he literally duped Rick Ross in his Rick Ross documentary. And that's why when he first came out, he was talking about, oh, I'm a Emmy nominated director. When Tariq would make fun of him about that, because that's what he did. He literally duped Rick Ross in that documentary. That's why he doesn't fuck with him any longer. So, bro, if you want to do the work. But if you want to attach yourself to those entities, you know that you're asking for trouble, because they're a hate group. That's what they've done. They literally stay online. They post pictures of dying African babies. They were on fucking Clubhouse laughing, making videos of kids who were freezing at the Ukraine border during the war, when the war started. They're literally making fun of them. This is in the name of FBA and ADOS. So if you want that on your conscience,
exactly,
then take that and accept all of that, because you can't accept some and throw out the rest. This is what they do.
Well said.
This lady literally started a whole hate movement against Adetokunbo, the basketball player, because he was giving kids fucking sneakers. She literally started the hate movement against him because he was giving kids sneakers, because somehow she felt that he shouldn't be in the position to be giving out sneakers. He shouldn't be in the position to be able to play basketball in America, because for some reason there is this conspiracy that brings immigrants to America that puts them above American citizens. It's the craziest shit ever. But she literally, we have documented archives of this shit she did.
Yeah, I
This
think
is what I'm
you
talking
just
about,
said,
brother. I would warn anybody
already put
against.
it like this
I
before.
would
Sorry,
warn
let me
any Black Americans against any of. My bad.
So sorry, let me just comment what you
I
just
was just
said,
saying
because
that's why I
I've
would
never
warn.
I've never had anybody put it like this before, because it's really, because that is exactly what I see. These people, they
That's
hijack
all they do
something
online,
and use it.
24/7, 24/7
just
online.
And this is what they've been doing since we've been out of slavery in this country, bro.
You know what I'm saying? They
Every time
literally
we
go
move
online.
forward as a
They
group,
post.
they sabotage us this way.
Yes, FBA and ADOS are not the same, because FBA was going to be, would have existed if Yvette was able to allow Tariq into ADOS. The only reason why FBA became a thing was because Yvette will not allow Tariq come into the organization and take it over, because that's what Tariq always does. If you notice, everyone he's ever worked with, he always has a beef with eventually. From the very beginning, remember when he used to do videos like 10 years ago with that lady called Alexis Tyler, whatever her name was? Every partnership he's involved with, he always ends up fighting with the people and creating a beef for them. Tommy Sotomayor, every fucking body he gets what he has a problem with. And that's why he has a problem with Brandon right now. That's why he has a problem with Brandon right now. Because Brandon, I actually put the fire to his ass to have him even decide to buy that fucking building he did. Because Brandon put the fire to his ass. That's the only reason why he went to buy that fucking coffee shop that's called a fucking museum.
What do you think is behind why they are pursuing that divisive agenda?
Because they're funded by right-wing organizations. John Tanton is the founder of PFIR. PFIR is a white nationalist organization. Even the the Southern Christian Leadership committee that kind of monitors all hate groups. They've said PFIR is a hate group. John Tanton founded PFIR, and Yvette Cornell sits on the board of PFIR, which is an organization whose main intent is to make America a white ethno state.
And there will always be these kind of groups,
you see what they do there.
You
see what they did there. Hold on, let me just say something. I think those people, whoever is concocting that thing, is living within is operating with the same kind of philosophy I have too. Why use so much effort when you can just create a few things and affect a whole movement? This is what I've been saying to our people. You have to learn to be efficient at how you approach things. This thing where we are doing, we want to go and build this one. We want to start reinventing the wheel all the time. Some people will say, let's form a new organization. No, there are instruments already on the ground. Hijack it. That's what you do. Because when governments are overthrown, they don't tear everything down. You take what is there. What do you...
I'm so sorry, guys.
When they want to take over a country, they just hijack the leadership. Yeah, when they want to take over a country, they hijack the leadership. Like they have the African Union now. If the African Union is not fulfilling the requirements for Africans, you go there, you can form a small group, then you hijack the agenda and change the direction of the African Union. I've seen the Tea Party movement completely hijack the Republican Party in America and made great change for very few people, really, in terms of the entire system. You have to
because they know that the Pan-African movement was gaining ground, right? They see the work that Dynast is doing.
Exactly.
The BAIO is doing. Kala is doing. Like so many other people are doing, right?
They have contingencies already.
Because they are afraid. Because
I think like them. If I was them, I would have contingencies already in place in case any Pan-African movement comes along to disrupt it.
Brother Jonathan, Brother Jonathan, let me ask you a question. What does Africans in Africa have to do with reparations in America for African Americans who are descendants of America. Like they say they want to do this bullshit called delineation, which is fine. No one has a problem with it. No one has a problem with African Americans who are descendants of Americans and Africans to have a particular category that could identify them separately for the sake of reparations. But the fact is, they don't need ADOS and FBA to do that, because guess what? America has everyone's fucking records. If you have a Social Security number, America can literally trace your, because they're the ones that have all the fucking records any fucking way of all the slave ships and everyone who got sold, who got bought.
Exactly. And the thing you gotta understand,
they don't need
foundationally about the United States, bro.
I don't know why they're even against that. Think about. Let me just put this.
Because they're hate group. They're hate group. They're fronted by a right-wing organization.
What if 54 African countries movement to pay African Americans the reparation movement? This is the thing that they don't see. If 54 African countries say, you know what, I see what you are doing to our people, you need to sort them out. You'll be surprised how quickly the American government moves, because
but they don't want that, because they see the potential that can happen when African Americans and the black people in diaspora start making formidable partnerships and brotherhood and coming together, that then we can, because like there's so many parts to that reparation argument. It's not just as simple as let's demonize Africans and all of a sudden we're gonna get everything from America. Because that's all they ever do is demonize, like literally 24/7. If you go down the fucking list of everything that is done for the past 6 years, then look at FBA, look at the conversations they have, look at the fucking Twitter spaces they have. That's all they fucking do all fucking day. Like literally.
Do you have any suggestion? Do you have any? Because it looks like you have insight. Do you have any suggestion on how to minimize movements whenever they pop up? There's more that will come.
Because they want to look like, and that's why people like Brother Jonathan was easily taking it, because he doesn't really know the genesis of this, because they make it seem as if they're an advocacy group. But if you watch Brandon, you watch people who actually follow them, Brother Tahar Kabay, people who've been following them for years, Haven Bullets, who has archives of things they've done and said from the very foundation. We have to isolate them, and we have to, first of all, we want to isolate them, we want to expose them so that we can build. So those of us who are willing to build with our brothers and sisters can have the privilege to do that without their intervention, because they never go to the American government to have discussion. They always come into our spaces, like the lady who came in earlier. If you don't want to fuck with Pan-Africanism, then don't. Like, no one's forcing you to come among us and work with us. Like, literally. Dynast is not forcing anyone. He's just making a suggestion. If you don't like it, then don't go. Like, the people who tell you to eat pineapples and fucking pizza. I don't go into their room and tell them, well, y'all shouldn't do that. I don't. If I'm not interested in having pineapples in my pizza, I don't go into the pineapple for pizza people party and tell them not to do that. I just go to the people who like.
They are not easy to expose, though. They are not easy to expose. I think to expose them, you have to have basic rules in place that when somebody crosses the line, you can see
exactly because there's not a central clearinghouse right now for the information, because there's so many people fighting too many battles with them because they're so spread out. Like literally, you could like Dynast could say okay, for example, Rotimi went to Nigeria, right? About 3 months ago, right? All he said in the interview was when he got to Nigeria, he loved it. The air was crisp. He had a good time, and he enjoyed it. And people should come home. Literally, that's all he said. And Yvette literally had a 2-hour show, mad at that, where people will come on this space and say the worst things about Africans you've ever, like literally, this is words like verbatim coming from a white supremacist group, like from KKK, from Stormfront. Like they're literally repeating the same fucking phrases, all in the name of FBA and ADOS, all because he said he had a good time. They'll say, oh, well, if you had a good time, then why don't you go back? Why are you here? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, the fuck are these people talking about? Literally, he said he had a good time, and he enjoyed it, and the air was crisp. He had a good time, and he said everyone should come home if you can. That's all he said. He never said one negative thing about African Americans or reparations. Nothing. He said nothing about that. And they swarmed. Now look. Last week, Meek Mill went to Ghana. I don't have a problem with what he did. Really, I know everyone feels different. I don't have a problem. for me, I just thought he was so hyped, so happy to be in Africa. You know, he just went overboard with his celebration, being so, because he got so much love, he was overwhelmed by it, and he just wanted to experience everything so quick within fucking 48, 72 hours he was there, that he kind of went overboard. That's all it was. I don't have a problem with anything he did, because I just see he was just overzealous. He was so happy to be home that he just, OD'd a bit, which is fine. I don't have a problem with anything he did. I'm sorry. I know some people did, but I don't. And if anyone should have a problem with the video, it should be the officials who allowed it, because normally if you go to the White House, there's a little protocol, you try to dress a little nice, button up shirt, you're going to meet the president of a nation, for crying out loud. But guess what? I wasn't mad at him still, because he's so used to what he's been used to in being in America for so long. But at the same time, like, yo, bro, you travel the world, though. You're internationally known rapper. You travel the world. You've seen things. So, some things like, but guess what? We were so happy for them to come home. The whole time he was there, Tariq didn't see anything, right? He got invited. He got shown so much love in Ghana. Everyone else, Chance the Rapper, Big Man, Erica Badu, everyone who was there. The guy from what's that TV show? Power, not Power. The other one that 50 Cent runs. I forgot the name of the show, but anyway, it was a bunch of them. Everyone having a great time. Everyone said, "Man, we had a wonderful time. It was the best. We felt so much love. We felt connected with the continent." Tariq ain't say shit. 1 second that Meek Mill says he lost his phone, it became he got robbed in Africa. Oh man, he's crazy, man. Yeah, he got robbed. It's the craziest shit ever. I'm like, bro, you were quiet for 48 hours when Milkman got money. He got so much love that even Ghanaian artists cannot go see the president. In Ghana, Ghanaian artists, international Ghanaian artists just don't show up and go get a meeting with the president. If they hated you that much, why the fuck would they fucking send for you to come to Ghana and make money and get a bag? And being shown so much love on the street, you got mobbed because you was so much love. People were trying to touch him and talk to him. If they hated y'all so much, why is Jonathan in Benin right now married to a woman from Benin and living his life right now? But this is what they want to push 24/7 on fucking online, because they're afraid of something, because they're agents of white supremacy. They want to see us separated and fighting against each other. For 2 days, Mickman was in Ghana. Tariq ain't say shit. The second he lost a phone, it became a whole big scandal about, oh, he got robbed. They told you that don't go to Africa. But I'm like, bro, how many African artists come to America every fucking week touring? They lose suitcases, they lose musical equipment. No one says don't go to America, don't fuck African Americans.
Okay,
but he lost the phone, and the phone wasn't even lost because even Meek Mill himself said he don't know if he lost the phone because remember when he got that night he was riding bikes with the bike kids. Exactly. He went out biking, and he said he probably felt that's when he lost the phone. The shit fell out of his fucking pocket.
But how about the Black Caucus, though?
Like that,
because we are holding Tariq Rashid accountable, and
because there is minions.
But they are really small.
No, well, because bro, this is how the conversation starts. It starts like people start taking it for, oh, don't listen to it. That's how Rwanda happened. They literally call them right now. They call them fucking termites.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. Let me just read now. It says Congressional Black Caucus created an immigration task force instead of a repatriation task force. So that is what I'm watching African Americans talking about. Why is it that what is this immigration task force they are creating instead of the repatriation task force? So there are things that is happening at the top of the society that we don't talk about. We only talk about Tariq Nasheed. We only talk about how about these other leaders? There is a defense secretary right now that is African American. There is a Black Caucus that is right there. What are they doing to reach out to work with the continent? Exactly. And why are we not asking them?
Okay,
what they are doing?
Okay, let's pass. Connie, go ahead and unmute yourself. Connie, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. Right. Okay, I'm just gonna make it quick. Right. This might look like or sound like a different conversation, different from what you guys have just been talking about. But this is something I noticed having spent more than 2 hours listening to y'all speak. Okay. right? Like you all know here, or a lot of us know here, I'm Nigerian, obviously, right? And please give me a benefit of doubt to say this, but it's hard to be a Nigerian.
You
Like,
expect it to be easy.
It's not for me.
Please
It's
give me
not
a
for
bit
me.
of doubt and hear me out. And because I'm going somewhere, there's something I want to say, right? Like if you look, it's now fashionable now, right? 2022, 2023 is fashionable. There's Afrobeats, there's Hollywood, there's what else? What else we got? There is
Right.
people are coming
Okay.
to Africa and it's better, right? But in the 90s, even in this YouTube, I've listened to people who said they were in high school in the UK and all the Nigerians claimed to be Jamaicans because they were shy, they were scared of identifying as Nigerians. Now, why am I?
Because people used to mock them and make fun of them. I remember me in high school in New York, right here.
Yeah.
People used to make
Why
fun
am
of
I
me. People
saying-
making fun of my name up, make fun of the food I brought to class. People were making fun like my food stank up the whole class and shit. But people are eating fucking 6 a day old pork and shit to talking about my. So, bro, we know this.
Sorry, let me just go make my point here. Why am I saying this? There's no other group I know of. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be, but this is my opinion. There's no other group in this whole wide world that has been through such discrimination. Like even as I speak to you, even in the presence of Afrobeat and the presence of Nollywood and all the little good things happening, they're still deporting people from India. They're still deporting people from Dubai. That's so much obstacle we have to press through to succeed. Now, I don't even want to talk about the problems in Nigeria. Because if I want to talk about that one, but you always see it looks little, but we're still making little progress. I'm trying to sound very humble in this, right? I'm saying this emphatically because I want our brothers, our Nigerian brothers and sisters, right, to give our brothers and our cousins, when they come to Nigeria, a benefit of doubt.
Yeah,
right.
Definitely.
They're not us. You know what it means. You know the kind of spirit we have. You know the kind of neglect we got from the government. You know how people struggle. You know how people struggle to make it. You know they call us 419. They call us Yahoo boys. But if you check the records black people make, okay, I don't want to cause a chaos right here, but Nigerians are actually making huge progress. Like we have the records to show for it. Everyone is not going to be like us.
Exactly.
Right? So when you see a brother who maybe don't have our background or our own experiences or our kind of thinking or our mentality, and he finds himself in Nigeria, and we want to relate or we want him to actually adapt, like to actually put this into consideration as well. We need to factor this in. We know what it means to be a Nigerian, right? So I just came up here to just say this, so we when we relate with our cousins, we just give them a little benefit of doubt. It's hard to live in Nigeria. It's hard. It's even harder to live in Europe as a Nigerian. I live in Paris. I know what I've seen. Right? And even with everything, I still have my head up high and I'm still making money. Right? And even the Nigerian people who, people point bad fingers at, that they say do negative things and all, they're still making stupid money. And I know them in this city. One way or the other, we keep moving forward. Not everybody's going to understand.
Exactly.
You understand? What is driving us? What is moving us? People, in this YouTube, I heard, in YouTube, I heard people talking about, being in high school in America, Nigerians, and what all they had to go to high school, do the scratch your name. They tell you you're smelling, your food is smelling, like a lot of things. But at the end of the day, give you 20 years, 10 years later, the Nigeria still has his head up high. So sorry, I'm going to end here. Just one more, please. Right? I'm not here to praise or say, oh, we're this or we're that. I'm just saying we should kind of like give ourselves the benefit of doubt and know that we have differences rather, right?
Right.
Give ourselves allowances, you know. But honestly, Nigeria is a difficult place to come on as a foreigner, especially someone who see in Nigeria. There's something they call. Okay, let me give you some phrases, some popular phrases. They say one of them is Nigeria know they carry last. That's one of them.
That's true.
There's another one called the Nigerian spirit. Like we just have this belief, and that's how it is.
That's exactly what I was trying to say, Kanat, because I think what it is, and I think that's also what draws Brother Dynast to Nigeria, for the fact that, you know, there's a certain spirit, and it's not like a special thing. It's just because when you grow up in a nation of 200 million people, everybody's fighting for survival. It's like that New York hustle. It's the same thing. Like you see, like a New York hustle is totally different from like a, let's say, a Minnesota hustle. You know what I'm saying? It's a different energy to that. And I also grew up partly in Lagos, so I understand that. I know that well. And I think that's what, because Dynast is, you know, he's a hustler, he's a mover. You know what I'm saying? I may use him with hustler, because sometimes that comes with like a negative connotation. It's just his entrepreneur, right? And you have that entrepreneur spirit. Yeah. When you come to Nigeria, you're going to see opportunities everywhere.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like the African American brother who helped to build one of the metro lines. Because I remember that video that Dynast had years ago. I remember that brother. Now, if they hated African Americans in Nigeria, why would they have gotten that contract?
And it was there for a long time before.
Yeah,
it was not happening yesterday, was it?
Because
he was
exactly. He's been living for.
Sorry. Was it an African American that built the metro line in Lagos?
One of them, because
no, I think he put a bid out for the contract. I'm not sure if he got it, but
right.
We're talking about John.
But I know they bought the train.
Exactly.
I know
right.
John Cashin. You're talking about John Cashin.
Yeah, John Cashin. John Cashin. So you know what I'm saying? I was like, this is because like, and that's just the type of things, because when you come from a place where you have the hustler spirit, and that's the thing about Nigerians, right? Because when you grow up in a nation of 200 million people, it's kind of like a child who grew up in a house of 9 kids, right? And you're like the 8th kid. You just naturally going to have that hustler spirit. You know, you try to get to the dinner table before everybody else. You know what I'm saying? You want to get the present for anybody, because it just comes with that. Not because we are special, but we can also be loud, because that's just how it is. You're like, you know, like the 8th and 9th child, when you grow up in a house with a lot of kids, oftentimes, you know, yeah, it's just like, and it's not not a pride of like I'm better than you. It's just
not in a bad way.
It's just a pride of believing in yourself.
This though, take a look at this. Nigeria is a place that an Arab man left his own country.
Exactly.
Right? Went to Nigeria to sell agbado corn. Okay? And Nigerians are buying it from him.
Thank you.
Check him out in a few years. That's a multi-millionaire you're looking at, right?
And Jonathan,
so people who are not used to our culture, right? And when they come to our culture, we need to admit that it's not going to be easy to, you know, really adapt easily.
You have a lot of advantages being in Africa to do business. Believe that.
Than you do here. You can
than even some Nigerians do in Nigeria.
Exactly.
If you take advantage of the knowledge that you've acquired in the West, trust me, bro. I mean, Jonathan, you know that. There's some places you go that people give you preference over the local people in Benin.
Exactly.
Be honest, Jonathan.
And take a look at this.
Speak on that. Speak on that.
Why are y'all telling me to be honest?
I'm just saying because
don't shame Black Americans.
No, bro, we're not. No, like I'm actually defending you, brother.
If you want to talk about the opportunities in Nigeria, hell yeah.
I'm actually defending you, brother.
If you're
I'm actually
knowledgeable,
defending you.
if you're knowledgeable, you can make a whole bunch of money. Because Nigeria is very underdeveloped, as much as people might think it's not. It's very underdeveloped.
Exactly. It's opportunities everywhere. And the same thing that Dinah sees when he goes there. The same way.
Take a look at this. For as long as we think something is hard, it's definitely going to be hard. But just look at everything that you consider a problem. Look at it as an opportunity to label on it, right? Look at it. That you don't have to go. If you go to Nigeria to go and get permit for anything, it might be difficult because of the people that you have there, based on the laws and rules and regulations that they have. But it does not prevent you from starting something little until you get to that point, right? Not every Nigerians that you have a permit to be where they are selling something, right? But they're still doing what they have to do, right? How many people in this country can sell something outside of their home? Every Nigerian has a little shop that they're selling something outside.
Exactly. It's just so natural. It's so natural in a nation of 200 million people.
Yes, your marketplace.
To just have that hustle in you, and that's why Nigerians go anywhere and succeed. Not because they're better. It just comes from a place where you want to do things, and oftentimes you don't get the opportunity. You come to a place where it's nothing but opportunities. You see, let me say this. It's like this was this story that someone gave me when I was a kid, and I learned a lot from it. And since then, it just really changed my perspective. Said there were two shoe salesmen. There were two shoe salesmen. They were sent to an island where no one wears shoes to sell shoes. Right? It's very interesting when you look at the perspective of each of these two salesmen. The first one went there and he said, "Bro, yo, ain't nobody wear shoes here, man. I can't get a sale in this place. Nobody wears shoes in the whole island." And he left and went back to the head office to send the second salesman. The second salesman got there and he said, "Yo, nobody wears shoes. I can sell shoes to everybody."
Yeah.
And that tells you how perspective can shape your reality. The first guy went there, he said, "Nah, I can't sell nothing. Ain't nobody wear shoes here. Fuck them, I'm out." The second guy went and said, "Yo, it's a whole island and nobody here wears shoes. Fuck, I can sell shoes to the whole." I'm sorry, Mr. Barr. I'm sorry, once again.
No.
I can sell shoes to the whole island.
Exactly. There are opportunities everywhere.
It's how you look at it. It's your perspective on life. And we never blame African Americans. Remember that. Well, our problem is with FBA and ADOS, not with African Americans at all. They're two separate entities. African Americans are one group of people. FBA, ADOS, another group of things. They don't. FBA and ADOS don't speak for African Americans
here, right? So what we're saying in essence, sorry, Mrs. Subara. What we're saying in essence, right? Let's tell the truth. If you want to come to Nigeria, you need to be ready to compete.
Exactly.
Because if you come to Lagos, I tell you, you have to be very, very, very 100% top of your game.
And you would have advantage. You have an advantage as an African American. Believe it.
Exactly.
Yeah, Tunisia would tell you this. Mr. Barr would tell you this. Kanai would tell you this. And Jonathan knows this.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, right?
So you even have more advantage than the average Nigerian to really get a bag.
The right orientation, the right understanding of how the country works. Nothing is going to be handed over to you. Nothing. This is not
because nothing's added to anybody, not even the locals.
You understand me? You have to be competitive. Like, there's no business you want to start in this world. The moment you start it next week, you see a competitor in Lagos.
Listen, if you're selling an ice cream, right? You are the one with the idea of the ice cream. Before the end of that night, your neighbor is selling the ice cream, right? Please, if you're selling water, you are the one with that idea. But I promise.
So you need to understand, have the orientation,
and you can't get defeated. You can't get and say because they're selling it, you're not going to do it.
However, the man who started selling the ice cream in the morning and the one who started selling the ice cream in the evening, before 6 months, they will both be making millions.
Yes.
No doubt. I'm just telling you that's Nigeria. If you want to talk about the market, there's no other market in Africa.
Shit. Listen, if you go to Agege Market, if you go to Eko, Lagos State, if you go to Abeokuta right there, right?
Before MTN came to Nigeria, MTN could not compete in South Africa. But as I speak to you, the same year they started in Nigeria, they were the Africa's company.
This brother is gonna realize that this is
you need to understand the landscape. You need to understand how it works. You need to understand that when you get there, you're going to be ready to compete, right?
Apart from that, how about just immerse yourself within that society?
Take the time. Take the time and learn it. Yeah.
And shakers. Take your time. You will know the fraudster. You will know the So whenever I go to Nigeria, right, the people will say, Auntie, we know. Well, my sister always say, I don't want you to speak because you will just continue speaking English. I need to be able to speak the language to them. As soon as I open my mouth, she'll tell me to shut up because I'm going to ruin the negotiation for her. She doesn't like it. She said, I need to negotiate. My sister will negotiate a fish until the lady is going to take that fish to beat her up. Right? In another place, she will go somewhere else where you think she should negotiate, but she will just dodge the money. She won't negotiate, right? So that's just the way it is. You get to know the people, and at the end of that negotiation, she and that lady, they pray for each other, they love on each other, and they keep it going. You know, she go to the next person. I went to Nigeria, and within 15 minutes of getting there, I already start fighting with somebody. Mind you, I was here for years and years. I have no problem, no difficulties. But the moment I got into the airport, that Nigerian spirit just entered my body. That's it. I was on. You understand?
You need to put on some of the spirit as well.
Listen, the African spirit entered. And my sister was saying, oh my God, so you just got here 15 minutes. That's it. And I said, if I tell you that
And I think that's what Brother Jonathan was trying to get at. But I think maybe the way people heard what he's trying to say, I think the average person who grows up in America is not a self-starter in that traditional sense. They don't really see things like that he takes a lot. In fact, the average person is not willing to get up from wherever they're at, their house, their state, their community, to move to another state. Talk us of going to another country and to a whole nother continent. So I understand what he's trying to say. I'm sorry.
I don't think he wasn't trying to say anything really. He's trying to make the kind of excuses like other Nigerian that said.
I think
that's the kind of attitude I don't see. Don't stop making excuses for it. Because Brandon himself makes it very clear. You have to do your research. You can't just go to somewhere.
Right, but
the level of discrimination that we've seen as Nigerians, right? We ought to be the least prosperous Africans, least prosperous as Black people in the world. With the level of discrimination, I know what I've seen living in Europe. I was in Italy, I know what I saw. There's nobody, you're complaining racism and all. We don't just get racist treatment. We get discrimination. You know, when people treat you less than, you know, you go to a place, they say, where are you from, Nigeria? Oh, you say dangerous. That's dangerous. I'm telling you. But still yet, you're still going to find the same Nigerian who has this level of opposition that life has thrown against him. Even in the midst of our fellow Africans, they discriminate against us.
Right.
They discriminate against us, but they listen to our music. They watch our movies. They watch our movies. I don't know. Yeah, let's.
I think like look
against us.
Look at South Africa. Like that's a typical example right now. And what it is because the Nigerians, once again, the Nigerian spirit goes there, becomes entrepreneurs, start businesses, you know, buy the little containers, you know, start up, you know, shops and shit like that. And you know, Nigerian men, when we got money, we love to spend on, you know, ladies with the big behinds. Let's be honest. I'm not trying to be vulgar. And Nigerian men love those women. So when it goes to Africa, they drop in the rand like nothing. And the local man don't like that shit. Let's be honest. They don't like the way we go up there and what we call is spray. You know what I'm saying? We just be like, we just let it.
It's clear. Even in Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, you see the East Africans, they complain about.
Yeah, they know us for that
group. They complain about the Niger Congo being very
dominant. When you play hard, you work hard, you play hard.
You play hard. You know what I'm saying? It's just, and it comes with the negative and the positives, and that's some of the negatives. But we don't care, yo.
Sorry, let me just say this before this last one before I go. So you see. They criticize us because of the, permit me to say, negative. When they say, oh, they are overpopulated, they say, there's 80, 90 million people, poverty under $1. They say all sorts
don't
of
believe
things.
that.
When they say 419 scam, internet scam, they say all sort of things. All sort of. Like,
I don't care about that nonsense.
But there's the plain load
What is the money?
in Nigeria every day.
That 419 is the biggest nonsense they talk about in Africans, because like if we're so good at 419, where is all the money? All the money from all the 419. The Europeans are the ones, the Indians, the North Koreans, the Russians. They are the ones that are real proper fraudsters.
The biggest 419 is America.
419 or 419.
The biggest 419 is in America right here. You buy something online and you get something totally different. 3 weeks later, the shit breaks up. You can't get a refund. That's also 419. That's also 419. It comes in all forms.
And then they you're in Nigeria, right? You order from something on Amazon. You have 7 days or 30 days to return it. Do you have to return that thing?
So we are not all recommending that 419 is a good thing. Let's just get everybody ahead.
Exactly.
Let's just emphasizing on the level of discrimination we get.
Yeah.
Where we go.
Like we don't care, bro. We don't care. Let them talk.
Sometimes they make you feel like we get it easy. When we finally succeed, they make you feel like America just handed the success over to us.
Take a look at this. Even whenever they say that Africans
just gave you money and easily just like that, they don't know what we face or what we pass through to even make this.
When they're saying that Africans are poor or you're making less than $1 or whatever, okay, take a look at this. An average Nigerian, particularly, if they don't have their own land, they already have a home built. If they don't have it, they have opportunity from the family side, from their father's side, from their mother's side, right? Right? Then if it's a woman, if you're married into the family that have a property, that is another opportunity, right? Continuously, you don't have to worry about homes. The amount of crowd that you see in Lagos is because everybody wants to be where the noise is. When you see all the people that are on the coast side, all those places, majority of those people are not just a multi-millionaire, but with all the mansions in Abeokuta and all those other places. But they will live and die in Lagos State because they're not going to leave Lagos for anything, right?
Right.
So you see an average, even a man that is beggars in Nigeria has a house. Beggars. You know that? Here in America, you have your master's degree, your second degree, and your third and fourth degree. You have a mortgage that you can't pay for. Your mortgage does not belong to you. The land is not yours. That land is mine. The home that I built in Nigeria is mine. The land is mine. All my father's property belongs to me, or rather to us, because I'm not the only child, right? Right? From my mother's side to my mother's father's side, whatever they allocated to me belongs to me. I don't have to pay anybody. Nobody's going to come and take it because I didn't pay property tax. If you don't pay property tax in America, look at how they get us in this country, right? You're paying property tax. You are paying the mortgage. Then you have a homeownership insurance, right? You have to pay that. Then if your home is damaged from flooding or anything, when it's time for them to pay their homeowner's insurance, they're going to say you're not qualified. Now, is that not a fraud, right? But it's in the policy, right? You go to the gym, you're paying $49 in yearly fee, another every month monthly fee. Is that not a fraud, right? What do I need to pay yearly fee for when I'm already paying monthly fee? But you don't see it because it's written. You see how they get you? Because it is written and it's organized, you think that is not a fraud, right? You're paying light bill, right? You're paying phone bill. Is water not from nation? Why are we paying for water? Because it's passed through somewhere. Then they put something in the water for your health, right? Take a look at this. Then when it's time, they can shut the light down. And you don't think that is fraud? Africans don't have to do, particularly Nigerians don't have to do. If Nigerians have to pay everything that you're paying, now you can talk about being poor. Because you look at the amount of when a Nigerian wants to have a wedding for their children and you think they're poor.
Yeah, Nigeria is highly subsidized.
Hey guys, listen, we got to close out, but hey.
All right, thank you, brother. Thank you, everyone. Stay blessed.
We got to go. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. Until next time, Family Dynasty, Search for Uhuru. Peace.